Entrepreneurship is hard. We're isolated. We're in our own little worlds.
Women are 50% of the population, but yet still receive underrepresented portion of venture capital funding.
We see the light at the end of the tunnel, the common good in our communities.
It's the idea of understanding the power of collaborations and community. When women get together, they help build each other up and help lift each other up.
Working with other women entrepreneurs makes me really excited because there aren't enough of us. The more of us working together means we can help each other succeed and do something that doesn't yet exist in our economy, and it's needed.
There are so many resources in this community that can help you thrive. All you have to do is ask one of your entrepreneurial sisters.
Look for the resources around you to go off and learn from them. Don't start from the ground up. Utilize your resources.
My biggest piece of advice for women entrepreneurs is to just do it, just to start right away.
This is just an incredible place to be.
We belong here. Take notice.
Welcome to the 4th annual We Mean Business Conference, brought to you by NMSU's Arrowhead Center and West. I'm Carrie Hamblin, the CEO and president of the Las Cruces Green Chamber of Commerce. The Las Cruces Green Chamber is the advocate for locally owned businesses, as we believe what you do is the backbone of our community and our economy. I do have this wonderful honor of being your MC for the day, and I hope you are just as excited as I am about the agenda that is set up. Now, the conference aims to connect, activate, and empower women entrepreneurs seeking to launch and grow their business. Today's conference will feature keynote speakers, panel discussions, interactive workshops, and consulting sessions with some of the New Mexico's leading women entrepreneurs and service providers. Our goal is to impart key knowledge and connections that will ignite your business and grow it. So helping out today are the event coordinators, my buddies Humberto Iar from West and Kristen Moorhead from Arrowhead Center. Hi, you two. So Kristen and Humberto, tell us a little bit about this conference, because you've been working on this for what seems like ages, but it's been so exciting for you.
Thanks, Carrie. So the conference was started 4 years ago as a collaborative effort between Arrowhead Center and West to support women entrepreneurs.
In response to national trends showing women often experience less access to business support and resources, we came together to host a conference and connect local businesses with powerhouse entrepreneurial women from across the state and beyond.
The goal of the conference was to provide training and networking opportunities for women-owned businesses so they could thrive. In the 4 years since the conference started, we have launched a monthly coffee meetup, a virtual networking group on Facebook, and recently completed our first We Sprint Business Accelerator for Women. So throughout the conference and the programs that we've put together, we've connected with hundreds of women across the state and the Borderplex region. And we're excited to bring you another amazing conference experience today.
To learn more about services available through West and Arrowhead, you can reach out to us using the contact information on the screen.
Thank you, Kristen and Humberto. You and your team have lined up an absolutely incredible day. So as we get things started today, the leadership team from NMSU and West would like to welcome you and share some inspirational opening remarks. And so who better to start things off than the one and only NMSU Chancellor, Dan Arvizu.
Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to say a few words of introduction to this conference that you will all be attending. So on behalf of the New Mexico State University faculty, our staff, our students, welcome. We are so pleased to be a co-organizer. And so I want to start by, first of all, doing a shout out to our own director and CEO of the Arrowhead Center, Kathy Hansen. Kathy does great work for us at NMSU and has been a leader at Arrowhead for many, many years. And we were so pleased that she does heroic work in support of businesses across the state of New Mexico. Also want to do a shout out to Agnes Noonan, the director of the WESST, for all of her support and commitment. As I looked up the origins of WESST, I found that Carol Radosevich, a very good friend of mine from many years ago when I was working at Sandia, was one of the co-founders. So I appreciate that Carol's hard work over the years has also paying great dividends as well. So anyway, thanks to the organizers of this particular event. We're looking forward to a tremendous lineup of speakers and presentations and opportunity for discussion. I think to do the things that are most important to help our women entrepreneurs across the state of New Mexico be successful and contribute to the economy of New Mexico. It's something we absolutely have to do. As I was preparing to make these remarks, I looked up the financial advisors ranking of women entrepreneurs, best states for women entrepreneurs in the U.S. And I always do these things with some level of trepidation because I'm not sure if New Mexico is going to rank very well. It turns out that we ranked 24th overall in the latest poll that they've come up with. What was interesting, though, is that the opportunities for women category, we were third in the country in terms of opportunities for women and the receptivity. To be sure, we still have headwinds, but I thought it was particularly noteworthy that New Mexico does so well. So we've got a great cadre of women leadership and entrepreneurs in our own state doing exceptionally well. So not surprising that New Mexico ranks third in that particular category. But to be sure, we have headwinds. And I think if you look at some of the other statistics, we know we've got some things that we need to do. So conferences like this one that build on-ramps for funding and networking and mentoring are extremely important to help our women entrepreneurs essentially make progress, not only to their own personal businesses, but to the state of New Mexico and the economic development that goes with it. So we're very, very excited about this conference and the opportunity to engage with all of you. If there's any way in which the country can begin to recover from COVID-19 and the financial crisis that has precipitated, it's through the development of small businesses and specifically entrepreneurs that are women and underrepresented minorities, which I think can make a huge contribution to our economies. So with that as the opening remarks, I just will say we're looking forward to a great conference. We thank you for being here. We thank you for the support that you provide both to our institutions as well as the state of New Mexico. And we just wish you well for a great conference. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chancellor. Now we would like to welcome Kathy Hansen, the director of NMSU's Arrowhead Center.
Welcome to the 4th Annual We Mean Business Conference. My name is Kathy Hansen, and I'm the director of Arrowhead Center. First, let me thank you for being here virtually today to join us for an impactful day of learning and connecting with women entrepreneurs. The Arrowhead Center provides a host of training and support services for businesses across New Mexico and the Borderplex region, one of which is our commitment to supporting women entrepreneurs. We find ourselves together today in a world that is pivoting during this crisis, and women entrepreneurs play a critical role in strategies and design of what business success looks like going forward. The purpose of the We Mean Business Conference is to provide women entrepreneurs and industry leaders opportunity to learn and connect in ways that support economic growth and lift up innovation to benefit all segments of society, which is good and smart for New Mexico and the region. This conference provides a unique opportunity to share the voices of women entrepreneurs with their peers, policymakers, and influencers across the region. We are extremely grateful to our co-host and partner West and to the generous support of the Foster de la Vega family who helped make this conference possible. Thanks again for joining us. I hope you have an exhilarating day of growth, connections, and learning.
Thank you so much, Kathy. Now let me welcome Agnes Noonan, president of West, all the way down from Albuquerque.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the 4th Annual We Mean Business Conference, coming to you virtually for the first time. I'm Agnes Noonan, the president of West, and along with Kathy Hansen and the Arrowhead Center, we are so glad you could join us for this event. For 30 years, West has been advancing entrepreneurial opportunities for women, people of color, and low-wealth New Mexicans. We do this by providing a comprehensive set of services, which include business training, one-on-one consulting, access to capital, and business incubation. I'm very proud to lead an organization where there are no barriers to entry for any New Mexican who wants to start and grow a small business. For women and people of color, we know the challenges are even greater. That's why we work very hard to broaden access for our target markets, including the delivery of bilingual services, assistance with tough topics like understanding your business financials, and access to low-cost capital. Along with the Arrowhead Center and our great Las Cruces West staff, we love co-hosting the We Mean Business Conference, which features women who are willing to share their entrepreneurial journey as a means to paving the way for the next generation of women business owners. We hope you enjoy the conference, learn, contribute, and make new connections to assist you on your own entrepreneurial path.
Thank you, Agnes, Kathy, and Chancellor Arvizu for your kind and inspirational words. I would like to take a moment to recognize our sponsors for their generous support of this year's conference. And also, I'd like to thank Floriography Flowers for providing the backgrounds that you see throughout the conference. So, as we get started with this incredible lineup, here's just a quick tip to help orient you throughout the day. I'm going to be your guide throughout today's technical landscape because as we're modifying our We conference this year to make sure that you can go ahead and see this in the comfort of your home and safety. All the morning's activities will be run through this primary video. So just stay here to watch the morning keynote and the panels. You can download the Whova app to connect with other conference participants, see resources, and participate in Q&A sessions throughout the day. Also, as you are seeing speakers throughout the day, and if you want to connect with them later on, their contact information is there too. At 11:45, we will break out into our first consulting corner sessions that can be accessed at the links just below on the conference webpage. There will be two 15-minute consulting corner sessions where you can pop in and out of discussions with local entrepreneurs and service providers that can answer any burning questions that you have about starting or growing your business. And then after the 15 minutes, we invite you to switch to another room. Then we are going to break for lunch, and we invite you to engage with participants through the Whova app, where you can connect with new friends and set up virtual lunch dates. And at 1 o'clock, we will start the afternoon workshop tracks. You can pick which session you want to attend and join the Zoom sessions at the buttons on the webpage. Then around 2 o'clock, we will return to this main video for our afternoon keynote and closing remarks. And then we're going to wrap the day with virtual networking in the Facebook group. Also, be sure to check out our fun supplemental videos to learn new tricks for self-care and letting off steam. And be sure to visit our virtual market featuring women-owned businesses from across the state. And if you have any questions, you can always reach out to the planning team to help at the link below. So without further ado, let us dive into our morning Firestarter keynote brought to you by the City of Las Cruces Economic Development Department. Our Firestarter is Priscilla Archangel with Kristen Moorhead.
Thanks, Carrie. We are thrilled to kick off this morning with our Firestarter keynote, Dr. Priscilla Archangel, an executive coach and a leadership and organizational development consultant. Priscilla offers leaders, teams, and organizations real solutions for today's business challenges. She also delivers keynote and motivational speeches that provide practical insights on a variety of leadership topics. We're so grateful to have you here with us today, Priscilla. Before we get started, I would like to also add that we invite our audience to submit questions via the Whova app for Priscilla to answer in the last portion of this session today. So with that, I will turn it over to you, Priscilla.
Thank you so much, Kristen. It is such a pleasure to be with you all here today for the We Mean Business Conference. I love women business owners. And I will tell you that I am even a bit late to the game of being a woman business owner because I spent the first 30 years of my career in corporate America. Major company, General Motors, Fortune 10 at the time. And then late in life for me, I decided that what I really wanted to do next was to do the part of my work that I'm most passionate about. And that was really working with leaders, helping leaders and organizations to develop. And because I wanted to do it in a certain way, I knew I needed to go out and become what I later found out was termed a solopreneur. Never heard of some of these words before, but I began to embrace it and I began to focus on how I would build my new business and be able to help so many more people. So I'm just glad to be able to be here today and share with you what I've learned and share with you hopefully in a way that encourages you on your journey to becoming great and successful and fantastic women business owners. And so as I was thinking about our conference and the people who would be attending and the things that you all would be thinking about, I said to myself, what if? What if we understood our worth in life and in the work that we're doing? What if we knew our capabilities? What if we knew our potential? What if we knew our value? I know when I think back to 37 years ago now, when I first started out in corporate America, I didn't know any of this. I was new, I was green. I was kind of, proverbially figuring out where the ladies' room was down the hall and, the kind of little to-dos and not to-dos around the office. But if I had some better sense of my worth and my value, my capabilities then, how much more would I have been able to do? And the same applies for each of you. And what I want to do is try to encourage you today to understand and grasp that. I did a little bit of research because I said to myself, are women better leaders than men? And what do you think I found out? So first of all, I'll tell you that women are just as smart as men. We know that, okay? I don't think there's any intellectual gap. But when you then look at leadership capabilities, two gentlemen named Zinger and Folkman did a study last year, and they looked at 360-degree reviews. And this is in corporate America, but again, we're still talking about women who are smart and bright. And basically, it's people that work for you, people you work for, people that work around you. What do they think about how well you do in leadership capabilities? And in 17 of 19 leadership capabilities, women rated above men. I will tell you that shocked even me. I didn't even realize that. And so when you look at things like ability to take initiative and resilience and practicing self-development, topics like that, women rated above men in all of those areas. Now, translate that to when we think about Fortune 500 companies. And do you know that there are only 37 women CEOs in Fortune 500 companies? And only 3 of those 37 are women of color. So we have a lot of opportunity in terms of growth and a lot of ability to lead organizations. But I think one of the things that catches us is really the culture of society and what we as women get steered into, or possibly what others' expectations of us others' expectations are of us as women. The study went on to say, and this was even more interesting, that women rate themselves as less confident than men until they get into their 40s. So if you look on the left side of that slide, what you see is that around age 25, there's more than a 15-point gap in how women and men are rating themselves in terms of confidence. But when women get to their mid-40s, that's when we really start to catch up and kind of track about the same as men from there out. Now, I will say I probably attribute that to experience. I can remember and reflect back to as I moved through corporate life, there was a point in time in which I recognized, if I can say it this way, I'm just as smart and just as bright as everybody else. And I began to adjust my expectations of things that I was going to do and things that I was going to boldly ask for and expect in my career. Because I began to look around me and realize that, I may not be the brightest person in the room all the time, but I'm just as bright on average as everyone else. And so that creates a certain expectation. And then a third insight from the study is that women rate themselves as more effective leaders late in their careers. So again, you see this trend here. We start out men rating themselves as more effective, and in fact, they go down over time. And we women begin to increase. Again, experience and confidence in what we do. So what if we had that confidence? What if we knew that value when we started out? Well, I want to talk to you a little bit more and plug into some of the specific capabilities that the survey said women are really better than men at. And the first one, the highest one, is our ability to take initiative, all right? As women, we have a natural bias for action. We know how to take responsibility. We know how to be the spark and the light that gets things done. We can take charge. We do have confidence, it grows. And we can observe a need and know how to fulfill it. Now, I will say to you that a lot of that ability to take initiative is based upon understanding our passions, understanding our strengths, understanding our purpose. Because there are a lot of things that I won't take initiative to do because that's not my area of expertise. But when I'm in my area of expertise, I jump on it. I see that opportunity. I move forward with it. And as you probably think about what you've spent the last 4 to 5 months doing, since we've all been in this time of a pandemic that we've never ever seen before, where have you taken initiative in ways that you never thought you would, okay? Another area is resilience. Now, I like this picture. Look at this tree and how the roots are just embedded deep into the ground. They're intertwined with other trees even, and there are lots of roots just going deep, deep into the ground. So you can imagine when a storm comes, the chances of this tree surviving the storm are great when it has much deeper roots. So our resilience is based upon us having a secure foundation in knowledge of what we do and our ability to recover quickly and pivot. So how many of us have had to pivot during the past 4 or 5 months? I particularly remember, and I'm in the Metro Detroit area, and March 13th, quite frankly, was the last day I had lunch or breakfast out with anyone. And I remember I came back to my home office and I kind of closed the door and said, I think I need to stay inside for a while. But I had to pivot. I had to figure out, how am I going to run my business from basically my office without being able to meet with my clients face to face, because I'm used to always being in front of them. That gives me energy. But I had to figure out new and different ways. And here we are today on a teleconference, a conference that we can beam into from anywhere across the US and probably across the world and learn and share together. It's an example of pivoting, of rebounding, recovering, and bouncing back even with a smile. Because I figured out I couldn't wallow too much in what I couldn't do. I had to figure out, now what can I do if I want to go forward? All right? It's about how tough you are. The next one is our ability to practice self-development. So self-development starts out with being aware of what's going on. I remember, again, early on in this period of time we're going through, I had to be even more aware of the feelings I was experiencing, whether it's frustration, sadness, whatever, but I had to be very aware of it so that I could then address it and deal with it. I have to be aware of how my persona is interacting with my clients all the time. And even now in this time when I'm doing everything virtually via my laptop, I have to press in even more and be aware of how people are responding around me, of what people's needs are, of what the nuances are that they're sending. I have to also be humble, because part of this is recognizing that I need the help of others around me. I have a support system that I've even increased during this period of time to help me get through and to help me figure things out. And we share tips and tricks and strategies. I look to other organizations for resources too. That's all about how am I growing and how am I constantly learning. I had to spend time even learning how to communicate effectively via a virtual environment. That's all part of the strategy. Then the next one is being results oriented. Now, unfortunately, we've all been in situations where people offer excuses why things can't happen. At the beginning of these unprecedented times, there were probably plenty of excuses for why things couldn't get done. But then you saw a number of companies, a number of individuals step up to the plate and say, I know how to get it done in a different way. It took a sense of urgency. It took setting priorities. It took being achievement minded. And even if we make some mistakes along the way, we fail forward. We learn from those mistakes so that we know we can get things done. And so what we're doing now as women is just capitalizing on learnings we had even before this time to make sure that we drive for results. Another strength of women is how we display high integrity and honesty. So one of the things I like to share with a number of the leaders that I work with is that trust is currency. Trust is like money in the bank. If you have trust in me, if I have trust in you, there's so much farther we can go together, the things that we can discuss, the projects that we can work on, the way we can depend upon one another. So having honesty, integrity, and trust is huge during this period. I've been able to work with new people that I've recently met, that I've formed good relationships with in new and different ways because they displayed high integrity and honesty, and I did the same. It also means admitting mistakes, admitting where I might have missed it, where I might have failed, where I need to improve. When I'm working with someone and I know that they are willing to share that with me, that increases our bond of trust so that we can get more done and that they're not misrepresenting themselves and that people are telling the truth appropriately. The other tip I also encourage leaders is to have a truth teller. That means somebody who will always be able to sit down with you and tell you what people are saying about you or tell you how your behavior is impacting others as well. That's a huge asset. And then the sixth one that I want to call out to you, the sixth capability is how people develop others. So as a leader, it is my duty to develop others. Now, I'm a solopreneur right now. I don't have anyone working for me on my direct employment that I can develop. But I see so many other women entrepreneurs that I am able to pour into, that I'm able to share with. I will tell you, even just in the past 6 months, there are a number of other women who have decided they want to launch their own solopreneur consulting business. And I've had the opportunity to just share with them, here's what I learned, here's where I made mistakes, here's where you need to think about how you want to model your business or structure your business or how you want to focus the work that you're doing. But I've been able to just share what I know with them so that they can begin to make their own decisions about how they can be most successful in their business, okay? So I'm trying to also provide people opportunities for growth. So the joy of what I get to do in developing leaders is see the leaders that I work with grow, develop over the weeks, over the months, over time, and just increase their capability and ability to drive business results that their organizations need. It's about mentoring people, coaching people, and just inspiring growth. So if you look at that little plant that the person is holding in their hand, that plant needs nurture. It needs water, it needs sunlight, it needs warmth. Some people talk to plants. But how do you understand everything that plant needs to make it grow and flourish? That's what we as women business leaders are trying to do with others. And overall, that helps us to be the link. So being the link is taking the initiative to connect with other women business owners. I happen to be the immediate past president of the Greater Detroit chapter of the National Association of Women Business Owners. And so I have the ability to meet women business owners all across the city. Again, share what I know with them, make sure we're providing programming to help them grow. Organizations like We Mean Business and the Arrowhead Center is doing the same thing, connecting with women business owners to help them learn from one another and grow. You can be the link by being resilient to try different strategies. All right. If you haven't had to try different strategies over the past 6 months, you're not stretching hard enough, because everything that we kind of used to base our foundation on has been upended, and we have to do things differently. And so it's about being resilient to do things different. It's practicing self-development by acknowledging what you know, what you don't know, and finding people who does, and even who do know what you need to know, and hire them. So I'm able to pour into others by hiring other women business owners to help me do what I'm doing. Driving for results to win. This is a never say no, no excuses, never say you can't. Displaying high integrity and honesty, and recognize other people's accomplishments too. That's pouring into them and helping you to develop them through mentoring and coaching. Now, there's a phrase that I've heard used of late, and I'm sorry I don't know where it originated, but it's a phrase that came to mind as I was preparing to talk with you today. And that phrase is, I am enough. Maybe you've heard that before. And as I thought about that, I thought there are 2 areas of it that I wanted to make sure you think about. And the one is, you are enough when you know your purpose, your passion, your strengths, and your capabilities. It's back to that self-awareness, knowing yourself, knowing what you do well, what you do best, how you can make the biggest impact on those around you. Unfortunately, I encounter too many men and women who are in careers that maybe were once interesting to them, but now it's not as interesting, and they really have a passion to do something a little different. They're just a little concerned about whether they can make that transition, whether they can make the leap. And I encourage them, understand your purpose in life. Two important days in your life, the day you're born and the day that you find out why. That's your purpose. And that's what we all have to pursue. And I can now, in retrospect, reflect on the 30 years I spent in corporate America, all as time that prepared me for where I am now. And I see this as my purpose, to help other leaders and teams and organizations grow. So you are enough when you know your purpose, passion, strengths, and capabilities. The second is, you have enough when you know your resources, your networks, your goals, and your plans. The point is, you are not alone. That's why you're being a link with others. You are not alone. There are so many fabulous women and men that you can learn from, you can grow from. There are resources out there that will help you with funding, with business strategy, with business models, with developing your marketing capability, developing your social media capability, whatever it is you need for your business. Those resources are out there. You just have to go out and find them. That's why I'm so glad that you're a part of this conference today, because you're going to connect so many of those opportunities. So you are enough and you have enough when you know your resources, goals, and plans. So I'll leave you with that question again. What if you knew your worth, you knew your values, you knew your capabilities to be able to contribute to others? So I think we'll pause and we'll take some questions now, Kristen.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Priscilla. That was amazing. So for everyone in the session right now watching, if you would like, please submit your questions through the Whova app. And I'm looking over the session right now to see what questions are already in there. And I will ask them live as I see them popping up. So the first couple questions I wanted to hit on, what was your transition like from corporate America to starting your own business and being a solopreneur? Tell us a little about that.
That's an excellent question, Kristen. First of all, so I work with a company that had hundreds of thousands of employees, and a transition from that to a company of one. All right. I knew what I wanted to do. I knew my strengths. I knew how I wanted to structure my business. The scary part was actually doing it. And as careers go, after 30 years there, what I found in retrospect was I was kind of just putting in my time. I technically retired, so there's some retirement benefits there that were financially, something I wanted to take care of, to take advantage of. But I realized that I was kind of just putting in my time, and my mind was floating elsewhere in terms of some things that I wanted to do and be able to focus on. And I knew I could not do them both at once. And so it was a leap of faith. And so that is scary in and of itself. But there came a time when I knew that I had to make that commitment and just go all in and not try to do both. And so I really connected with other people who were similar to myself, women entrepreneurs. And I will tell you, I probably connected better. In fact, I did connect better with women than with men. There's something, I don't know what it is, but there's something about walking into a room full of women or more women and being able to network more effectively than walking into a room where there's a majority of men. All right. But I connected with other women who were business owners, who were entrepreneurial, who we could share stories and share experiences and share goals and desires. And I just began to learn bit by bit how to do things. And the biggest thing for me was business development. So I hate sales. I hate asking you to buy a box of candy, whatever, okay? But so I had to look at it differently. And I looked at it as building relationships. And that's all I tried to do. Let me just build relationships with people and let me share with them ways that I might be of service, might be valuable, helpful to them. I don't do any high pressure sales tactics or anything like that. I just try to build relationships, have them trust me, see me as someone who is honest and of high integrity. And from there, business developments just began to develop and mature. I found something that worked for me, and this is something I continue to this day. Every month I write a newsletter with a business leadership insight in it, and I just share it with everyone in my network. And from that, I just had a contact with someone last month who I met 5 years ago. Forgot I met this person, but they've been getting my newsletter all this time, and they reached out and said, hey, I have a need. Can you help me with this need? So sometimes you have to plant a lot of seeds and you don't see the result yet, but down the road, then you see the result of the work that you've done early in the process.
That's fantastic. Thank you so much for sharing that. So one of a question coming in is really like the idea of failing forward that you shared. So can you talk about, an experience where you failed forward or where you really kind of started to build on this idea and concept in yourself?
So there's probably so many times I failed forward. But first of all, think that in your business, you will not win or succeed every time, not by a long shot, okay? But what you're trying to do is learn. And so every experience is a stepping stone to the next one. I remember early on, I did a presentation to a group. And so I was used to in corporate America doing presentations that were very text heavy or diagram or graph heavy and no pictures anywhere, okay? So I was talking to a group of leaders who were in transition, and I had a lot of words on the screen. And sometimes you can just stand in front of a group and you can feel like, am I really connecting in the way I thought I would, or am I connecting in the way I wanted to? And I don't feel like I'm doing as good as I wanted to. So what I really learned from that is tell a lot of stories, fewer words, more pictures. People remember and can ingest that better. And so there's probably any number of examples like that where I did something and it didn't feel quite right, like it came off the way I wanted it to. And I had to figure out, okay, what am I doing wrong? Let me shift it up some. Let me do it a little differently, okay? Even my whole career, and I had a wonderful career, but there was a time in my career where politics shifted. It was time to leave, okay? And as I made my exit and started to think about what I wanted to do next, it was that, do I go for the safe and, go back into another corporate environment. I have this illustrious HR global executive leader resume, and that, looks good. But is that what I really want to do? Or do I want to really invest specifically in developing leaders, teams, and organizations? And so there was that leap of faith that I had to take and do something that was scary, but I knew it was something that was aligned with my purpose and passion.
Yeah, that's great. So you talked about aligning with your purpose and finding your purpose. For you, how did you discover this? How did it start to emerge that this was your purpose in your career and in your experience?
Oh, wow. That's a really great question. So about 10 years into my career, when I have an undergrad in psychology, I got a master's in social work administration, and then I went into corporate America. Not a typical path, but it worked for me, okay? But about 10 years into my career, I said, I really am thinking of going back to school. Maybe I'll get that MBA degree. And the more I looked at it, the more I'm like, the classes just don't appeal to me. It's wonderful, good learning, but the classes don't appeal to me. So instead, I decided to get a PhD in human and organizational development. And as I was going through that process, the whole topic of leadership was the umbrella that surrounded everything I did, because I knew that in the first 10 years of my career, I had been just entranced by how leaders lead. Some good, some not so good, some in between. What's effective leadership behavior look like? What does ineffective leadership behavior look like? So I did all my studies with an angle around leadership, right? And so I knew, I kind of just knew, because it was something that interested me, that leadership was going to be the focus for the rest of my career. Then I will tell you, and it happens differently for everyone, but in December of 2000, I remember it like it was yesterday. I was on vacation in Florida, sitting in the condo that we were renting. It was a few days before Christmas. And I like to get up in the morning and spend some time in meditation. And I was writing, and all of a sudden, for me, again, this is for me, God downloaded to me, you're going to do this, and this, and this, and that. And I was just kind of writing as fast as I can to keep up. And I'm like, what in the world is this? And it was like things that I basically said, how am I going to do this? And all I could do was just write it down and think about it. And then it evolved from there to, I said, and I had a whiteboard in my home. And I wrote on my whiteboard, I am a coach, a facilitator, and a speaker to individuals, organizations, and corporations on mission, vision, and culture. And every day I would walk by my whiteboard and say that. And it just began to quicken something in me. And so I didn't know how I was going to get from where I was to where I am now. But I just kept taking it day by day. And when I saw events present or opportunities present themselves to me, I took advantage of them to learn more, to do more, to get closer step by step. Until, quite frankly, one day I was at the point where take the leap of faith. You've done all that you can do from where you were. Now you've got to take that leap to go on and continue further. So I say that to say everyone will discover purpose differently, but it really takes honing into what you're feeling, what excites you. When you do it, what excites you, and you kind of replay it in your mind over and over again, and you just love doing it, and it's no longer work. So I don't consider what I'm doing as work. It's all fun. It's all enjoyment. Mm-hmm. I just love what I do. So what does that look like in your life?
Thank you. That's a question that I return to myself all the time too. How do we develop our passion and our purpose into what we do every day? Kind of building on that, a question that was presented is, how else can we develop our skills in leadership and resilience and capacity for leading others and building our personal confidence faster? And what are some strategies for doing that? What are things that worked for you, or things you may share with people that you coach or work with?
So I'll give it to you in one word: dare. D-A-R-E, dare. I dare you to do something. All right. The point is, if I want to build strong muscles, but I don't want to lift weights, I'm never going to build strong muscles. Now, it's going to be hard to lift weights. It's going to stress, my muscles are going to be sore at times. It's going to take discipline. I may have to get up early in the morning and do it, and even when I don't feel like it. But if I never dare to do it, I'll never get anywhere. So the first step you have to take is dare to do something. Dare to do something that is beyond what your normal capability is. Dare to stretch yourself. Dare to learn something new. Dare to be open to a new experience. Dare to, in that crowded, when we can come back together face to face again, dare to walk into that crowded room and walk up to a stranger and introduce yourself and tell them what you do and find out more about them, okay? And while we're in this socially distanced era, dare to reach out to someone on LinkedIn that you discovered has an interesting background and say, hey, I just read your LinkedIn profile and I love what you do. Are you free for 15 or 30 minutes just to talk more about your experience so that I can learn from you? Dare to attend more conferences virtually. You're going to get opportunities today to network in smaller groups. Dare to reach out to people and learn from them. Dare.
Thank you. That's fabulous. I really, really admire that statement as well. It's great strategy. In addition to, you kind of talked about this in your answer, daring to connect with people, and you talk about having a support system to help you along the way. What does your support system look like in your personal life, your professional life? Who helps build you up?
That's a real good question. So, first of all, my husband, who is an unwavering support and encouragement to me. And I couldn't do what I'm doing without his support, just because we needed to be, on one accord in taking this leap. Because I will tell you, when I first started my business, I'm not making any money initially, okay? I go from here to here. And I've had to build it up. So he's been a big help. I have some longtime friends who I have worked with over the years who are, quite frankly, in similar consulting type roles, and they've been a great support. So when I have a client situation and I need another perspective, I can call them, okay, and say, hey, how would you handle this? Or I just talked with a colleague friend the other day. I was looking at an RFP from a particular client, saying, what do you think about this? And is this something that we might want to do together? So I have people who are in businesses with similar models to mine that I trust, all right, that have high integrity, and that we trust one another and we can share stories and experiences. And I mean, I'll say, hey, I got all this information, I'll share it with you. And she does the same with me. So that's a plus. And then I have my broader women business owner network, and we're sharing, more general business strategies or just being an encouragement to one another. And so that's been huge, especially the past, 4 or 5 months, because of how all of our businesses have been impacted differently by the pandemic. And so just to be able to come together and encourage one another. One of my friend colleagues, we called each other. We had an hour-long call every week for about the first 6 weeks, just to kind of keep each other going. So how are you doing this? And how are you reaching out to clients that way? And how are you connecting with clients the other way? Just to keep each other going. And so you can't do it alone. Mm-hmm. You have to find your own tribe, but find people with similar business models, people you trust. And it may be people who are geographically spaced out from you, whatever. I mean, but we get together and we help one another.
Awesome. Thank you so much for all that insight. We are approaching the end of our session, so I'd like to invite you to share any final thoughts, closing thoughts with us.
Certainly. There are 2 resources in particular, or several resources, in fact, that I'd love for you to take advantage of. My first book I wrote 10 years ago now, The Call to Faith-Centered Leadership, and it's a faith-based perspective on leadership. and it has 90 brief lessons in it. You can just read one a day and learn greatly from that. My newest book, Leader Vantage, 7 Essential Steps to Peak Leadership, will be released next month. You know, all things going smoothly, it will be released next month. And you may pre-order that on my website. Both will be available on Amazon, though. And you can also sign up for my monthly newsletter. Just go to my website or send me an email and you can sign up for my monthly newsletter. Always an insight for you on leadership that I hope that you find helpful. And then you see my also connection information there on the screen. Feel free to reach out to me.
Great. Well, thank you so much, Priscilla. This has been an absolutely amazing session, and we're so grateful for you to join us today.
My pleasure. Thank you so much for inviting me, Kristen.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Priscilla, for that incredible session. And it was so lovely to hear all that you were talking about. Up next, we have our panel on Solopreneurship. Now, this panel will explore the professional experience of 3 women entrepreneurs who started out their business journey as a one-woman show. So please help me welcome our panel, which is moderated today by NMSU Regent Deborah Hicks.
Well, good morning and welcome to the Solopreneur panel. I'm Deborah Hicks and I will be the moderator for this session this morning. I am president and CEO of Pettigrew & Associates in Hobbs, New Mexico. We are a consulting civil engineering, surveying, and construction services company. A little over 50 people, employees. Have my husband that works for me as well as my brother. And I'm also a graduate for New Mexico State. Go Aggies.
Hi, everyone. My name is Brittany Ingram, and I have a salon and spa in Las Cruces, New Mexico. I opened in 2016 as a 4-chair salon, expanded to a 5-chair salon within a year, and then just August of 2019 expanded into having a full-on spa. So I have about 9 people that work with me, and they vary between independent contractors and people who work under me as a commission.
Hey everyone, I'm Krista Martinez. I'm the owner of Krista and Consulting. I'm headquartered in Albuquerque, New Mexico, but I have clients across the country. And I help business owners who have outgrown their operational systems as they're looking to grow or just be a little more lean.
Hi, I'm Jen Cervantes, and I am the author of the Storm Runner series that is published by Disney Hyperion. And I've learned a lot being an author in terms of balancing the art with the business. So I have a team that I work with, everyone from an agent, copy editors, artists, publicists, media specialists, and it's been really awesome. And like Deborah, I'm also an alum of New Mexico State.
The solopreneur business come in all shapes and sizes. So tell us a little bit about how you got started. I'm going to ask a series of questions and we'll go through these. First of all, I'd like for each of you to tell me where you came from, who you are, and where you're going. Let's begin with Krista.
Prior to starting my business, I worked in the nonprofit sector, and when I left, I realized that there was a void on the operational side, and so I do work with both private and nonprofit entities on that end. Right now, I am in year 3 of my business, and really just as I look forward, one of my goals personally, and that's one of the reasons that I started my business, is I love to travel. I love to hit the road. So I am really looking at transitioning from the traditional house lifestyle to something that allows me to be more mobile.
And possibly go into other businesses and work for them, work through their strategy?
I can do all of that remotely. So when I refer to mobile, I'm looking at more like RV life, RV living, just to have a lot more balance. And so that's what I've been working toward for the last couple of years. So that's the end goal.
Well, thank you, Krista. How about you, Jen?
Well, you know, I often say that writing found me. It wasn't something that I set out to do. I earned my master's degree in rhetoric at NMSU. And while I was in graduate school, I began writing just because one of my youngest daughters said, Mom, would you write a story for me one day? And I'd always been an avid reader, and I'd really never outgrown children's literature. And so it seemed like a really natural process to fall into. And it was really surprising that when that pen hit paper, it was a really powerful moment. And I realized how much I loved. You talked about passion at the beginning of this. And I know that it's a part of what this webinar is about. And that's what it felt like. I felt like a match had been struck and something had begun, but I had no idea what to do with it. And so I think if I had known I was writing a book, I might have backed up and given into fear. But because I thought I was writing a story for my daughter, I wrote a little bit every day and it kept growing and growing. And eventually I realized, wow, I think I'm writing chapters. And, you know, a lot of the writing process is so incredibly, it's intuitive, you know, as a reader, as an avid reader, I understand story and our minds are wired for story. And so by the time I finished the entire book, I thought, oh my gosh, I've written this book. Now what do I do? And so through a really rigorous process of research and spending a lot of time studying the publishing industry and what that looks like and how people get published, it was really lengthy and in-depth. It became a sequential process and I took one step at a time. And I secured an agent and we sold my first book and the rest is history. Obviously there's a lot in between that and the Disney deal that I landed a couple of years ago, which is life-changing. And since then I have written, the third book in the trilogy for Stormrunner comes out this September. I have another book that comes out. It'll be my first young adult novel that comes out in I think I have 2 books in 2022. So all in all, I've written about 8 books. They just come to the market very, very slowly. And so looking forward, I want to continue to create story and to transport kids to other worlds and hopefully help grow their imaginations.
Excellent. And Brittany?
Well, first I want to say it's really awesome to be a part of a group of women that are just so empowering, and it's just very inspiring to be included with the two of you that have done such amazing things in each of your careers. I just think it's fantastic. My space was born out of just wanting to do something I absolutely loved and take care of people in a space that felt really good to me. And I didn't know how that was going to translate to other people, but I knew for myself, if it meant that I worked alone, I was willing to do it. I just needed a healthy environment to create in, really. So the salon became what it is now, I would say organically. If you would have asked me 11 years ago if I was going to open a salon and spa with 4 other hairstylists and 2 nail techs and massage therapists and all, I would have said no, you know, but as it progressed, what I would say is I let my business kind of take on a persona of itself, and it just kept requiring more of me. And I really had to step out of my comfort zone and a little bit of fear to say, okay, this is what the demand is. Do I think that it's possible for me to meet it? Absolutely. Will it be hard? Probably, but am I willing to do it anyway? And the answer was yes. So 4 years later, here I am. It continues to grow every day. You know, I actually just recently hired an assistant to help me, which if you would have asked me 4 years ago if that was a possibility, I probably would have said no. So it just keeps evolving. And what I would say for the future of my business is I don't put barriers on it and I don't put limits on it. And in doing that, I'm letting it become something so much more than what I ever imagined. And I'm just very thankful for it.
Thank you, Brittany. So for me, as an employer with a support system, let's say that, what does your support system look like as a solopreneur? So let me start again. Let me go back to you, Brittany. Tell me what your support system looks like. You just hired a new assistant. Who else is around you that you lean on?
I would say that I work with some very incredible women that allow me to create the way that I do. They lend their ideas to me. They let me bounce ideas off of them. And they just are very genuine in the way that they have supported my business. So I would say I work with an incredible team of people that has helped the salon to become as successful as it is. My family is incredibly supportive. I have a wonderful husband who 100% stands behind every decision that I make, even if they are sometimes a little bit scary. And then of course my family, my mom, my dad, my brothers, they've all helped to create the salon. They've helped to build it and renovate it and paint it and, just do the dirty work that goes behind creating something really amazing. So I would say I've got a large group of people who really support my business in any way that it can be supported.
And Krista?
I would say actually, and you mentioned it, Deborah, in the introduction, that I'm the president of the New Mexico chapter of the National Association of Women Business Owners. And so over the last 3 years, that has become my community, fellow women business owners, solopreneurs like myself, all the way to, business owners who have employees, who have a large number of employees, and not just here in Albuquerque or New Mexico, but across the country. Mm-hmm. So what I find is that network of support is really large. And so I may be looking at something one way, and I can have a colleague and a friend here in Albuquerque or San Antonio, Texas, or wherever. Hey, have you thought about it like this? And so it really has been, for me, really tremendous to have that sense of community and that sense of support, especially as a solopreneur, because we're small, but we're a driver. We're a driver when it comes to economies in all of our communities and within our families as well. So that has been my primary support system, where my siblings don't quite understand why I do what I do and the risks that we take, right, ladies, as women business owners. My family doesn't always get that, but my Navajo sisters do.
Good, very good. How about you, Jen?
Well, I first want to say that I have a really supportive family. I think anytime you are in the art industry and in an industry that's as competitive as the publishing industry, you really need someone that you can lean on, because there's some really difficult days. And, I think when you are composing a novel, it's very different, because there are days that I'm just not in the mood and I'm not feeling creative. But guess what? I'm on deadline and I have a contract to deliver. And so I don't get to say, I'm not feeling very artistic, or I'm not feeling very imaginative today. And so having those people in your life that you can lean on emotionally, spiritually, I think is really, really important. And I often say, I think it's in one of the acknowledgments of my books, I talk about all the many hands and hearts that touch a book. So often we all go to the bookstore, we grab a book, we read it, we give all this praise to the author. But in reality, it's not just the author. It's many of the people that I mentioned initially, which is you have an editor and you have copy editors and you have media library specialists and you have a publicist and you have an agent and you have people in foreign rights and film. And so all of these people come together to develop this book, and they really, all of them have a hand in it. And so, working with that entire team is really a blessing, because otherwise nothing would get done, essentially. So I feel really extraordinarily blessed that I get to work with such incredible people over at Disney.
In the very beginning, I think, Krista, you mentioned balance, and you're seeking balance. For me, I don't look at my life as being in balance, because that scale just doesn't happen. But what I look at is it's more in sync. There are days where my professional life maybe demands more of me than my personal life, or vice versa. I have a 92-year-old father, that takes a lot of time. So it's more, for me, it's in sync. But talk to me, and we'll start with you, Jennifer. Talk to me about what balance or what in sync looks like to you, and how do you maintain that?
Yeah, I'm gonna echo what you said, Deborah. I don't really think that there is any such thing as balance in my life. What I strive for is no chaos.
Yes.
That seems to be the goal these days, just because, I'm feeling my way through this. So I remember when, for example, Stormrunner sold, it was on a very tight deadline. I had to write essentially an 80,000 word novel that equates to about 450 pages in 4 months.
Oh.
And so the panic that ensued was pretty intense. And of course, relying on that support system we just talked about. So I had to find a way, I had to relearn how I structure my days. And I had to be really specific about how much time I was going to spend composing, how much time I was going to spend with family, how much time I was going to spend on exercise, and some of these other things that are really important just for me to fill the well. And I was able to do it. And so I think I've struck a much better, not necessarily balance, but I think that I have found myself more in sync, like you talked about, where, you know, on some days I look at it more along the stretch of a week now versus one day. So maybe on a given day, I only get 500 or 1,000 words down. And instead of really kind of beating myself up over that, I'll say, okay, let's look at what happened during the week. Did I meet the goals for the week? And I find that I always meet my deadlines. And so knowing that, I think, is really helpful as well, because I think so often we let fear get in the way and we think, oh my gosh, I'm never going to make it. And you end up doing it. But I think really finding that time, you know, I tell writers this all the time, new writers at writers conferences, when I do Zoom with classrooms, you have to find that time to live your life. You have to find that time to do the things you enjoy and feel the well, because whatever business you're running, whether it's in the arts or it's in finance or it's in the beauty industry, you have to be able to give back. There's so much, an exponential amount of energy that is required of you, that if you're not feeling that well and taking care of yourself and practicing that self-care, then it's all for moot. So I don't know that I have a really great answer. I don't think that I'm going to write a textbook on it, but I certainly try every day, like I think most of us do, and it seems to be working so far.
Very good, very good. So Brittany, and so as we add to this, we talked about what is your balance or in sync, but also talk about as feeling the well or feeling your soul. How do you combine those two?
Well, I would say in my industry, it is incredibly demanding of me emotionally. You know, not only am I dealing with multiple people daily, but I'm dealing with people that have just lost a parent, who have kids that are going off to college, who are struggling at home with whatever reason. And so emotionally, my job does take a lot out of me. And I've discovered that if I let it, it will just consume me. So I've learned to put good boundaries on myself. You know, there are days where I go home and I feel heavy from the day because it was an emotional day dealing with because for me, I would say I'm an empath. And so whatever they're feeling, I take it in very deeply. And so to counteract that, I have to put a stop on the end of my day. You know, if it's after 6 o'clock and you've messaged me or something's going on, I just don't respond anymore. I have to put boundaries on myself, because if I don't, it becomes this like avalanche of things. And then I don't have time for making dinner with my kids, reading, making sure I'm present, like mentally present for the things that my family also needs from me emotionally. So I have learned to just really turn my brain off. And it's just a switch that I just say, okay, I'm done for the day. On Fridays or Saturdays when I'm done for the day and people message me over the weekend about a service, or they're curious about this color, or they send me a Pinterest pin, and I don't respond till Tuesday because that's when my week starts again. And so I've just really learned to understand that it's okay to give a lot of yourself, but to know that if you give too much of yourself, then you end up with a void, you know, that you can't fill in other areas, and that you can't be present to fill for other people in your life that mean a lot. So for me, I just really try to balance it by remembering that there's going to be another day, life will go on. If you couldn't respond to this person at this time, or you couldn't get somebody in before a wedding or a big job promotion or whatever, it's okay. I can't please all the people all the time, but I can do my best with what time I have. So.
Very good. Thank you, Brittany. Krista?
So I think for me, as I look at the balance or the syncing, is what are my personal drivers? And my personal drivers help me to set the goals for my personal life, my client work, my business. Everything is curated around what my personal drivers are. And I think really Jen and Brittany both touched on it a little bit. Brittany touched on setting boundaries. So with clients and with colleagues that I deal with, I set expectations. I have light duty Friday. So that's like kind of my time to just kind of do what I need to do without, you know, all of the interruptions. And it doesn't always flow, you know, the way that you want. You have to be flexible and nimble. But it's kind of the same thing. If I know that I need a wellness day, I'll put an out of office on my on my email that says, I'm taking a wellness day. And unless it's an emergency, you can't, you're not able to reach me. So I do some things on that side. And then I allocate time, and I do this with my clients. I allocate time for them specifically for what they need, but I also build into my schedule things that are important to me, whatever it may be for that week. And my family's from Santa Fe, so a lot of what I like to do is I like to head up north to spend time with them under, regular circumstances. So it's really it's setting expectations. It's identifying what your drivers are and recognizing that in business, we all have different drivers and different things that, motivate us to do what we do. And oftentimes it may be different from someone else, and that's fine. It's working with what is important for you, and it's not comparing yourself to this maybe the other writer or the other ops person like myself, the other virtual COO or other salons. You have to kind of take time to listen to yourself, your needs. Make that list of what are my drivers, what is important to me, and then curate what you do around that. And that's what I've done.
Thank you. I think we've covered this, but in case you have something to add, just let me know. I'm a follower of Stephen Covey, and he says that sharpening the saw means preserving and enhancing your greatest asset, which is you. So what do you do to sharpen the saw? It may be more professional or your mental and physical health. So what do you do to sharpen the saw? How about you, Brittany?
Well, I try to stay up to date with a lot of business practices for salon owners. I belong to a lot of different groups where I get some of my questions answered there when it comes to my business. Personally, I like to practice gratitude. I write in my gratitude journal every morning and every night about what I'm thankful for, because I think it's very important to first recognize what you have before you can expand into having more. I take care of myself by exercising daily because my job is rigorous. I'm on my feet from 6 to 9 hours a day, every day, 6 days a week. So it's very important for me to keep myself healthy, both mentally and physically. And then I think for me, when I'm mentally and physically able to perform my job, the business side comes a lot easier. It almost just kind of flows from one thing into the other. It doesn't feel like I'm doing so much homework as it is more learning, if you will.
Good. Very good. How about you, Krista? Anything to add from the previous answers?
I think I have a gratitude journal as well, Brittany, and I think that sets the tone. I write so I have my gratitude journal and a regular journal just to stay on top of that. And then personal prayer and meditation throughout the day, when I need to step away. But as a member of NAVO, I take advantage of professional development at every opportunity that I can, whether it's through Zoom calls, through conferences, or attending, the local West, participating in a class that way. And then I also have a mastermind group as well. So I do a number of things professionally. And then I really like to pretend that I know how to garden. And so I spend a lot of time following master gardeners on social media to maybe one day be actually semi-okay.
It's getting greener. Your thumb's getting greener.
Slowly but surely. Jen?
Oh gosh, I keep up with my craft I belong to professional organizations, I attend conferences, I read craft books, I also read others' novels. I read dozens and dozens and dozens of books outside my genre every year. But aside from that, I maintain relationships in the industry as well, because, there's always someone who's going to teach you something new, and you never arrive. I don't think that you ever get to this place where you know everything and you're this expert, because it just doesn't happen. And so I think that that's really, really important. As a matter of fact, I have a call with an author as soon as we get off the line. Creating that mental and quiet space that Krista and Brittany have talked about, whether it's meditation or prayer or practicing in your gratitude journal, I think that mindset is so incredibly important, because that's about giving back too, right? Mm-hmm. So one of the things I do is I remember what it was like to be that unagented, unpublished author who had no idea what she was doing. And I would have given anything. I was here in New Mexico, so I wasn't exactly in the center of the publishing world. And I would have given anything to have had a mentor. And so I make sure that I mentor a couple of new writers every single year. And I give back where I can, whether it's through Zoom or participating in classroom discussion with kids, because I think that that's really important, because you never know who you're going to inspire. So while you are, developing, sharpening the saw, developing your craft, developing your business, I think it's just as important that you're giving back to others. Absolutely. That you are, someone said once, sending back down the elevator, right? Mm-hmm. That you need to help raise other people as well.
Mm-hmm. True, so true. And for me in our business and for professional engineers, we're sort of like pilots. We don't have as many numbers in engineering. And so my greatest effort in that regard is to make sure that every summer, sometimes I can't afford it, but every summer we have summer interns. From 2 to 1 year, we had about 8 of them. But just to make sure, even if they're not going to go into engineering, but at least they understand engineering. So we have summer interns every year. And it's more for us. We don't expect that they're productive in the workforce. That's not what we're trying to do. We're trying to expose them to what we are doing and give them a feel for it. And maybe they decide to go into it and maybe they don't. But at least we are helping students to make decisions and be in a professional workplace and understand what that looks like. So very similar to what you're talking about. As a woman entrepreneur, I have a question for you, and I know what my circumstance was, but I want to ask you, so what is maybe one of the biggest roadblocks you ever had or greatest challenge that you've had? For me, it was having to go to the bank for the very first time and ask this man to trust me that I knew what I was doing and to basically partner with me, because that's the way I look at it as a banker. So tell me, and go back to you, Jennifer, first. What was either the most difficult or a roadblock that you faced in your career?
How long do you have? Okay, I will try to make this succinct, but I talk about this all the time with at writers' conferences, okay, and especially those who want to be writers. Publishing is brutal. It is incredibly, incredibly competitive. And I will say that I'm actually really grateful that when I first started, I had no idea that the percentages were, 0.5% chance, less than 0.5% chance that you're going to get published. Never mind get published with the big 5. So I'm glad that I didn't know those numbers, but as the time went on, obviously I learned what those numbers were. And I'm so incredibly grateful that I have this stubborn sense of hope that the more you tell me no, the more I'm going to stick my nose to the grindstone and I'm going to keep going. And again, having a family that was really supportive, but it was the rejections. I went through dozens and dozens and dozens and dozens and dozens. I can't even tell you how many rejections I've gone through, because what happens is once you get an agent, that agent then submits your work to editors at different publishing houses. And so you get a response. And oftentimes the response is, I couldn't connect to the voice, or, whatever their reasoning is. And so it's really hard to keep going. Imagine in your own business. So for example, we'll go with Brittany. I don't like my haircut. If every single person said, I don't like my color, I don't like my cut, I feel ugly. I don't feel beautiful when I leave your salon. How do you keep going? And I think it's really important for any entrepreneur out there, any solopreneur, that you have that stubborn sense of hope, that you know who you are, you know what you can do, and you just have to keep knocking on the doors, because for every single no, you're closer to a yes. And so for me, it was the constant rejections that really starts to erode your self-confidence, where you start thinking, well, maybe I can't write. Maybe they're all right and I'm wrong. And so how do you develop the mental capacity, the emotional capacity to combat that?
Sure. Makes absolute sense. All right. So she talked to you about you, Brittany, and what you may face. So walk us through that. What would be either your biggest roadblock?
Oh gosh. So, I went to college for 2 years, but I didn't finish with a business degree. So really finding a space that I said, I can renovate this. I mean, I've done hair for 7 years. I know I can do this, but not really having like that business background. It's really been, I had to go to West and they said, okay, well, we need you to give us your business plan. And I'm going, I really like to do hair, and so having to like create this plan where they believed that I was going to be the person I said I was for them to give me amount of money that would create this business was a really scary thing. But for me, the fear of regret was so much bigger than the fear of failure. So I was willing to fail in, what if I open a business and nobody wants to come work with me? What if I think I have all these clients, then all of a sudden they want to go somewhere else because I don't know, you think all these things, like you can create monsters in your head. But for me, I was knowing that I would have regretted not doing it. It was worth taking the chances. And so I've tried product lines that I put hundreds of dollars into that I ended up giving away as Christmas gifts because they didn't work out. I've had, skincare lines that didn't go as planned, that was like a money pit that didn't go the way I wanted. I have had people come into my business that I consider my family, and I have this tight-knit family, and they come in and their energy doesn't work. And I'm going, I get along with everybody. What's going on? But knowing that I have to put my business before people's feelings, and I don't mean that in a bad way. I just mean knowing that the energies weren't meshing and I had to separate myself and my business from a person, whether I liked them or not, just knowing that it didn't go with the vision that I had, that was hard. I mean, I've never been in a position to say, you work for me and now I don't think this is working out, we need to part ways. That's a hard thing to do. Those are things that would keep me up at night, that I would be so stressed about, but just knowing that what I'm doing is for the right reasons. I know in my heart it feels right. And I think for everybody, it's this feeling that you have in your heart, like it has to work out because I feel it, and it just was worth so much more to me to go through all of these obstacles and possibly fail than to never know it all. So.
Brittany, one of the things, again, going back to my history, J.W. Marriott says, you do not learn from your successes, you learn from your failures. And so,
absolutely.
Key to that.
Oh, totally.
So, he says, talk about it. Do your research, know it in your heart, and then you will learn. And even if it's the wrong decision, you learn from it and you moved on. So very good. Very good. Thank you. Thank you for sharing. How about Krista?
Yeah. I mean, I fall down. I eat crow all the time. It's just, that's just what it is for a lot of things. I try something and it doesn't always pan out. And I always just think, that's okay. I'm never afraid to kind of go down that path, but it's scary. That's, I think, some of the fear that can come from being a solopreneur and maybe not having that network or support. But, for me, it's just realizing I'm going to fall down. I'm going to scrape my knee. I'm going to be a little bit bloody. That's okay. I might have a client that, for whatever reason, it's time to bless and release. That's what I call it, bless and release. For, whatever reason, you were there for a certain period of time, and then you have to, find another client. So kind of my model is bless and release. You learn from every single facet of the business that we do and kind of utilize that to improve yourself, to improve, do you need to tweak your business model? Do you need to tweak who your ideal client is? All of those things, that's all part of that. But yeah, I mean, I don't know any business owner that just has soared and been absolutely, fantastic. I mean, they might tell you that, but we do. challenge is come in all shapes, sizes, forms, the whole 9 yards. And I guess it's more about, can you recognize it? Do you have control over it? If you do, what do you want to do about it? And then where do you want to go? And again, and it goes back to what drives you? What's your driver?
Mm-hmm. What's your driver? So let's talk about the world that we are in now. Maybe something that you did differently during this time of your business. And Brittany, of course, very difficult for you to operate during those times as well. So talk about, each one of you, maybe something during COVID-19 that you did differently.
This is really terrible. My business didn't really change because everything that I do is virtually anyway.
Mm-hmm.
So I found that I was able to garner a few more contracts, and then clients that I already had needed more additional support. So for me, I was really fortunate as far as that goes, because everything that I do is for the most part virtual. But I did have a project that I was working on that was for an event that for a client, and we had to shift everything. I was doing development, I was doing fundraising, and we had to shift completely redo my whole contract to something that wasn't even similar to what we had initially agreed upon. And you just pivot. You just said, oh, you need this, and I can't do this, so let's go. And so just being flexible and nimble. But overall, that was just one instance. But overall, I haven't had the same impact as other industries have, and that I've been grateful for.
For me, what I found is there are conferences that I couldn't always attend, driving from Hobbs to Albuquerque or somewhere with 5-hour travel. So I was able to spend some time on conferences that I wanted to attend that were now available virtually. So that was pretty interesting. How about you, Jen?
Oh gosh, in some ways it didn't change a lot because I write from home, but in other ways it changed exponentially. So for example, like I said, I have the last book in the Stormrunner trilogy coming out September 1st, and I'm supposed to go on book tour. And Disney's so flexible and wonderful. Talk about flexibility. They said, "What do you want to do?" And I said, "I'm not gonna go." And so having to make those tough decisions. My tours cover usually 7 to 9 cities. And not getting to meet face to face with those kids and go to bookstores. But ultimately what drove me was, what kind of message is that sending to kids? First of all, here we're talking about safety and public health. Oh, but here's this person out here marketing and kind of throwing that to the wayside. The second thing that changed a little bit, two things is I wasn't writing as much, surprisingly. And I think that that's because my emotional energies were sapped from just what was going on politically, sociopolitically. When we look at the Black community and marginalized communities, it's really weighed on me significantly, emotionally and spiritually. And I don't know how to compartmentalize that yet. And so I don't think that I have figured out how to set that aside so that I can jump into these worlds that I'm creating. It's kind of like it all goes together. And so if I feel like I'm not emotionally present, then my story is going to suffer for it. So that's a little bit of a negative side, but the positive side of that is I've become a really great baker and cook. So my husband loves it. He's like, "Oh, this is really wonderful," but he's gained 20 pounds. So really, there's been something very meditative and very tranquil about the baking, especially of the breads and the cooking, and doing something what I have always felt was challenging, and doing really challenging like French pastry recipes.
Oh, wow.
It's been really, really great because it makes me realize, you can find joy in other things. And again, it goes back to filling the well, so that when I do that, I have that sense of celebration. So when I return to the manuscript, I feel like I have something to give.
Excellent. Excellent. Brittany.
Well, for me, my industry was hit very hard. I was closed for 11 weeks. So there were many waves of emotion that went with that. Lots of feelings. It was just it was a tough time, but it was a time for self-reflection. for reflection as an owner, for what I want to do with my life, what I want to do with my business, how I feel about where I'm going. So it really gave me a lot of quiet time to think. And during that time, I would just kind of remind clients about my business. I'd post things on social media, but I didn't do any overkill because it wasn't in me emotionally to do that. I was dealing with my kids being out of school and making sure that I was going to be able to parent and educate them in the same day. I was worried about everybody who I work with and the fact that all of our businesses were affected. So what I did was I let clients know that if they still wanted to purchase product, and a lot of them did, they were so kind and so thoughtful that they wanted to go out of their way to just make sure that they could support my business in any way they could. It really just drove home to me that it's more than just hair. It's these relationships that we build, right? And so that was very comforting to me. And I just had a lot of time for self-reflection, to be honest with you, because since I've worked when I was 15, I'm 35 now, I've worked my whole life. Even when I had my 2 children, I took 5 weeks off with one of them and I think 7 weeks off with the other. And both of those were during the times when I was building my business in the hair industry. So this has been the longest amount of time that I've ever not worked. And so really it was a time for me to just pause, because I said, my business is going to go on. Everybody's going to need to get their hair done. It's not life and death that their grays are going to be showing, even though I took emotionally and personally the thoughts of like, oh, they're going to hate what their hair looks like. But I thought it's just temporary, right? Like it's just temporary. And when they come back, which has been for the past almost 4 weeks now, it's just this feeling of such gratitude that I have for these people that loyally stuck it out for 11 weeks. I mean, that's a long time when you're used to seeing me and so it was like being reunited with my friends. And so it just recharged me, because before this happened, I mean, I was working so much and so many hours and so many days that I think I was getting to a point where I emotionally needed a pause. And so there was a roller coaster of emotions, definitely. But what I tried to take from it, for the most part, was that everything will work itself out, because it always has and it always will. So that was my little COVID take on it, really.
Thank you. My last question is, you've had an opportunity now to visit with us and walk through your lives and your decisions that you made. What are either some insights or parting words or something that you would like to leave us with today as a solopreneur that you haven't had an opportunity to share? So let's start with Krista.
Be kind to yourself. I would probably say that would be the biggest thing. It's just be kind to yourself, be patient with yourself, and be patient with others.
Very good. Yes. Thank you. Brittany.
I would say that, and I know I said this earlier, but for me, it truly is worth it to see what happens. To trust yourself, to trust your intuition, to trust your inner voice, to say, I am bigger than my fears, and there are no limits on what you can do if you really believe in yourself. So just to really, truly believe in yourself the way your mom believes in you.
Very sweet. Thank you. Thank you. Jennifer.
Well, I would echo both what Krista and Brittany said. I think that's really great advice. And I think that the last thing would be to create some time during the day, even if it's just 5 minutes of that peace and quiet where you can reconnect with yourself, where you can get in touch with your intuition. Because I think so often we get so frenetic with everything that's going on in the world. And what we do is we react to life and we don't plan. And so I think when we can find those times to be quiet and to reflect, we make better decisions. And I think that it also acts as an armor against everything else that's going on in the world right now.
I have to tell you all three, it was truly, truly a pleasure to spend time with you today, to listen to you, to have you open your hearts and your minds to us and share your experiences as we talk about solopreneurs. It's been truly a blessing to me. Thank you for sharing.
Thanks so much. This was really great. It was just a joy to be part of this group.
Thank you all for the opportunity to be a part of such a wonderful group of women who are truly inspiring. And I'm very grateful to have listened to both of you and hear what you've had to say, all three of you. hear what you had to say. So thank you.
Thanks so much for having me. It's been really inspirational, and it's always a lot of fun and very energizing for me to get to meet with other women who are outside of my field, because I've spent so much time with people in the publishing world that it's really interesting for me to get to spend time with those who are outside and learn what you're doing. So thanks so much.
Thank you for being here today with us.
Thank you so much for that great session on solopreneurship. We're going to take a few seconds to take a little break. So if you need to get up, get a refill on your coffee or tea, we invite you to do so and join us back in just a minute for the next session.
Now, next up is Finding Your Funding panel, which will explore different funding models that our panel of women entrepreneurs use to start their businesses. So please help me welcome our panel, hosted by John Garcia, Director of the New Mexico Division of the Small Business Administration. Take it away, John.
Welcome, everybody, particularly our panelists. Thank you for taking the time to address our audience regarding how you got your business up and running and how you went after funding. I'm John Garcia. I'm the District Director for the New Mexico Small Business Administration. We work closely with 157,000 small businesses in the state, formerly Secretary of Veteran Affairs for the state, and under one governor, and under another governor, I was the Secretary of Economic Development. And I worked in Washington, D.C. as the Assistant Secretary to the VA for Office of Intergovernmental Affairs. I've run my own business. And I've been in the federal system now for 9 years, currently with the SBA.
My name is Sandra Espiritu, and I've been in real estate for about 15 years, and we launched our own company, Enchanted Sun Realty, about 11 years ago now. And we started in the worst time, which was like 2008 when the market crashed. But I thought, if I'm going to go out on my own, I might as well do it now. It's kind of slow, and then I can kind of prepare the business and be ready when things kind of pick up and the market picks up. So it's been a gradual growth, just nice and steady throughout the last 11 years on our own. And I started off from working from home and no team or anything. And then got a little business, a little space to lease. And we leased it for about 9-10 years. And just about a year ago, we finally built our own office, which is really cool. And that's our second business. It's called Recreated, and it's the shipping container, modular buildings. And we do real estate construction for any type of buildings with Recreated.
Oh, hi, my name is Yun Lee, and I'm a technologist. And then I work in the big business before, and I started my business for myself about 15 years ago. I did leadership training and coaching because I like people side of business. After a while, I realized I also like my technology-related job. So I combine these two. I become an entrepreneur myself. I started companies. Right now, I have 2 companies I'm managing that I co-founded. And we have an initial seed investment. One for company has been 3 years. Another one we just started based on technology from Arrowhead, New Mexico State University. I guess that's a high level. Both are biomedical technology field.
So Marianne Blau, I own Truth or Consequences Brewing Company in Truth or Consequences, New Mexico. We just had our 3rd anniversary. So younger brewery. We just opened a 2nd tap room in Las Cruces, New Mexico. And when we started our business, we early on got in touch with the SBDC in Las Cruces, where we met Umberto, and he helped us a lot early on with our business plan.
One quick thing before I get into a question, there's some people in the audience that are very interested in what you have to say, and some of these are individuals that also support the SBA. The SBA, we can't get our work done without our resource partners. And so we have some resource partners like the Small Business Development Centers, 18 centers across the state that are there to support you. West, Women Business Centers, there's 6 centers across the state also to work closely with women in business. Then the SCORE, there's a SCORE chapter down Las Cruces area, 3 major chapters across the state, one in Santa Fe, one in Albuquerque. And of course, we have our Veteran Business Outreach Center, providing services to women military that have retired. These are our partners that we work closely with. So let's just start off with this first question, which I think is the whole purpose of this conference is, what did you do to get your business up and running? And the key is, how did you fund that company? Let's start off maybe with Sandra, if we may. Sandra, can you tell us a little bit about how you started your company and what funding sources you started out with?
Sure, absolutely. So at the beginning, it was pretty humble. We started off I started off working from home. So I didn't seek a lot of resources. I wasn't sure who to really go to at the beginning. Now I'm a lot more knowledgeable about that. So it kind of took us a little bit longer to get to where we are now, because we kind of took the long road. So kind of started from scratch, and it was just as the business started growing, just putting more money back into it and slowly growing steadily and just organically. And then as soon as we moved into our first office, we started growing our team, and then from there became more profitable. And then we were able to kind of fund the project that we did, which was our first office building that we purchased. And the funding for that actually came from private sources. So it was a local investor that I spoke to, and I said, hey, I'm a local business. I've been in business for 10 years. this is our track record, like this is our goal and our vision for the future. I would love for somebody to join me in this and kind of help us get there. And so he had the same, like energy, and he loved our environment and our kind of our vision for our company. So he helped us. He just charged us interest on the loan. And it was a great partnership because I get really creative. If there's no resources available, we just become really resourceful. So I put it out there and I said, okay, can you lower the interest rate if we kind of negotiate something and we work together on some real estate transactions? So we kind of helped each other out with like real estate services. And then he helped us out with the investment. So it was really, really great. That's the way we started. But then now, just recently with COVID, we were able to get some funding through SBA, PPP program, and IDL, which was really helpful.
I'm glad to hear that, Sandra. I'm going to move on to the same question to Marianne. Maybe you could tell us how you got interested in the brewery business and what did you do to get your company up and running in terms of initial financing?
Sure. I was an avid craft beer fan when I was living in the Pacific Northwest. And there's a ton of brewery culture there, as everywhere, I suppose now. But my husband was a big-time home brewer, and every home brewer has dreams of starting a commercial brewery. When we moved to New Mexico and decided that we were going to open a brewery, he was all about the beer, so someone needed to be all about the business side. So he brews the beer, and I'm just sort of continue to be an avid craft beer fan, but I'm more people management person. So, our financial story is probably a common one where, you read a lot about entrepreneurs starting and vastly underestimating the amount of capital that's needed to get started. And we are certainly in that boat. So we first decided to self-fund the brewery and also rely on like a family and friends loan. So that was the first financial plan. And then we realized that the total startup project was going to cost at least twice as much as we anticipated. And so at the end of the project, we had self funds, we had friends and family funds, but we also ended up getting a B&I guaranteed loan, which is through the USDA. And we also wound up with a LIDA grant, which is a great, very, I think, unique style grant that New Mexico offers. And also, we ended up getting 2 REAP grants related to energy efficiency and renewable energy. Our main what we really underestimated, we were very kind of dialed into the brewery side of things. We knew it was a big capital investment. You need a lot of equipment. You basically need to start a factory. However, what we underestimated was what it would take to renovate a existing building to bring it up to code to be that kind of factory. So our main sort of financial scramble, and what was great about getting connected with the New Mexico's LIDA grant is it specifically targets entrepreneurs who are trying to create businesses but need to spend a big chunk of money on commercial renovation. So it's a key piece of our financial picture. But between all that, this project ended up costing nearly $1 million to start a brewery in Truth or Consequences, New Mexico. So
the major challenge, get a business over $1 million in Tier C, New Mexico, get it up and running and get those fundings going. Major challenge. Yoon, tell us about your experience in your company. It's you're a tech company. The challenge is a little bit different. And you've got to sell the concept of it. So tell us how you got your company up and running and the funding that you went after.
Okay, so let me just start with Future Vade. Since I mentioned that we started Future Vade about 3 months ago. Right? Before that, we have evaluated the technology for about 6 months to 8 months. And in this particular situations, if I can convince the board of an investment network group, if they're willing to sponsor the startup of this company and they're willing to put the seed investment. So that's our initial fund. So what do we do for a new technology startup is we're looking for patented technology. So there's a barrier to entry, right? You have that technology, people cannot use it. And so that's your advantage. And we're also looking into the technology's applications and the competitiveness in the market. And so how the current membrane being fabricated, what's the performance? And we compare our membrane, the technologies, the new membrane, compared to the industry standards. So in which field, there's many applications in the membrane, right? Water filtration is one, for example. So in which field this membrane can have a much bigger impact and stand out a lot more. So we identify 3 application areas that have a big market and have a unique advantage compared to existing existing membrane technology. And we present, so we call this value proposition, the market size, the technology competitiveness, and the application. So we present the technology, the whole, actually not just technology, the technology and the application and the whole overall value proposition to the board. And what the board approved because they realized this is a good opportunity. And so they put the initial investment. So that's the easy one. Okay. A lot of startups do not have that, because the particular company I'm working with right now, they have their own investment network. So when we start a company, if I can convince the board, I have the money. So that's really easy compared to other startups I have done. And once you do this, you have to go out looking for funding, SBIR grant, and you're looking for family and friends fund, you're looking for angel individually. So I'm focused on future rate. That's how we started. And that's how the funding come from.
What's interesting from the 3 of you, very different disciplines. The challenges were very great. Can you explain maybe what was the major challenge that you faced that maybe some other entrepreneur out there, women in business, may be facing? How did you overcome that challenge? Who wants to take that question? Marianne?
We were very well versed in what it takes to start a brewery in terms of equipment, the types of people you need to hire, what it was going to take to make the product. What we did not know anything about, and Sandra, what I'm sure you know a lot about, which we had met earlier, is commercial real estate investment. So we decided, because in Truth or Consequences, the real estate is, it's more rural, but it's fairly affordable, especially relative to Seattle, where we were coming from. So when we saw that we could get a downtown commercial building that could act as both a tap room in the front and a brewery in the back, we decided to buy the building because it seemed like such a great opportunity. It was 4,000 square feet of downtown real estate that was commercially zoned, and we thought, oh, this is amazing. This is going to be great. But the building had all of its infrastructure, its electric infrastructure. So after we bought it, we came to understand that the electric infrastructure, the plumbing infrastructure, the HVAC infrastructure, even though it all worked, it was not up to the codes it needed to be to have patrons in there safely drinking beer, nor up to the codes to actually run some of the equipment that we had purchased. And so all of a sudden we were looking at like a, $400,000 building upgrade. And that was $400,000 we did not have, was not part of our plan. So it was like that. I think that was the moment where we're like, oh, maybe we can't do this. And so what after a few discussions, we reached out to our local Main Street and to SBDC. And I guess for women out there that are confronting a sort of surprise big business expense that just seems like a potential deal breaker, or like you just kind of completely need to rethink your approach, what I would counsel is do not underestimate how valuable it is to start a business in a rural environment or where there are lots of people, and I would say to underscore government initiatives that want that, want you to make that investment, want you to spend that time, are trying to do economic development. Because when you start to look into that, you realize there's a host of programs, grants, all sorts of things that, again, largely governmental entities have created because they want you to succeed. They want you to start a business in a town where it's hard to start a business, because that's exactly what that town needs. And so there's a lot of levers to pull on. So before you give up and say, whoa, this is way more than we expected, talk to your local Main Street, SBA, SBDC, and see what's out there, because some of that stuff is, you need to find the contacts, and there's a lot of people that know how to navigate all the opportunities and can start potentially matching your situation with a good solution.
Well, it sounds like you did a lot of homework. You went from northwest part of Seattle, Oregon area down to New Mexico, particularly Tier C. That was probably challenging for you, but you knew the potential, and you did a lot of homework on that, I'm sure. Sandra, when you mentioned that you were up and running and you went after a venture capitalist, that's like Shark Tank. You talk to these people and they want a piece of the pie. That's a risk. That's a challenging risk. How did you come to that decision to try venture capital?
Sure, absolutely. So we tried to go to local lenders and regular standard financing, but because of the type of business that we run, it's commission based. It's a little bit different, independent contractor and all of that. It's a little tougher. So it just became more like, okay, I have to search for somebody that's open-minded, that is willing to invest in a local business, women-owned local company that kind of sees the vision. So we started talking to just some of the local real estate investors or developers and things like that. And we found a great partnership. And the nice thing that I was very stubborn, and I said, I am not giving away any of my company, no profit sharing, nothing like that. So it just became just like a loan. So it was nice that we didn't have to acquire any VC funding or anything like that, where we had to actually give up a portion of our company. It's still 100% owned by us, and which is nice because we have control over all the decisions that we make. But still, it was a win-win for both of us because the partnership was wonderful. I helped with some of the investments that the investors made, and then also they lowered the interest rate that was able to pay during the time of construction. And what was nice is right after we built the building, I was able to get a financing for the permanent loan through a local lender. So that was nice. They kind of helped us through the challenges of the construction loan. And then at the end, everybody was pretty happy with the outcome. So
very good. Yunli, what's interesting, I think, with your story is that you had a board that you're working with, and these boards are investors. They're putting money into your vision, if I've understood you correctly. Maybe you can talk a little bit about that, the challenge if you have a working board of investors that like your product and they're willing to invest some of their money to keep the company going because they're betting on the success of your product that's going to impact people in general, what it can offer. There's funding sources like through SBIR, Science Business Innovation Research, STTR. Did you take advantage of any of that, or with your investors, did you go out and find your own board members that had the pockets to put some investment in this company, or did you go about doing that? What was your challenge?
I'm in the startup business, and none of the companies I've been working on right now, we have no profit, no revenue, no product. right? So for technology startup commercialization, and we project is 5 to 10 years minimum to have a revenue. And so how do you get money to get people to invest, right? So I talked about earlier about value propositions. This one I mentioned earlier was an easier one because you have a board. Yes, you have to present the advantage and the value proposition and the market and all that. For other startups, the same way, when we don't have the board to actually willing, there's existing board. So they have money, you just need to convince them to put in the money. Another company I'm working right now, we run the money basically. We do have a loan for SBIR money, for NIH, we do a drug delivery. And so we have that money to develop our first therapy. However, we don't have any money to run operations and to do our device development. And so now my job is to, again, there's a value proposition. Now this time is not just about technology and the market, also about our strategies. How are we going to use the money to do what we wanted to do? And I don't need to convince the board because board is not going to do the investment. The existing board is the outside investors. And what I'm doing is just reach out like you do sales. I get all the notes here and there, people I don't know on LinkedIn and different countries, different places. So it's more like for the technology startups, raising fund, more like sales. And you get 99% no, you get 1 yes, then you're good. So for me, it's really, as a woman, it's tough because most people I talk to, maybe 99% are male investors, right? And so I believe the technology we have. I believe the product will produce. I believe the usefulness of it and going to, it's for lung treatment, right? And take advantage of current COVID. It's not like take advantage, just like you realize the need is huge and has been kind of it's not, we don't have a whole lot of market, whole lot of product on the market to treat lung infections. And we have been doing this for 3 years. Now people realize if we can deliver antibacterial, antifungal, antiviral drug to your lung, what difference would it make, right? So that's our value proposition, and we just go out for funding. And it's challenging. You have to take them out notes and don't take it personal. Yeah.
Well, it's interesting for all three of you. You're extremely been persistent and you know what you wanted to get done. You have to believe in what you're doing and your product. Along that way here in New Mexico, as you know, as I'm sure you don't become successful in business by yourself. There's other people around that help you, that become part of your teamwork anyway. And a lot of that depends on, some of the resources that are out there, Did any of you work with any of these types of resources that maybe help strengthen your vision, the way you're doing your business outreach, or finding the funding? Which of those would you recommend to someone to talk to?
I can say just recently in the last few years, absolutely. And it's been super helpful. I wish I would have done it from day one, just from bringing the business to life and just planning the next phases and the growth of the business would have been really helpful. But yeah, in the last few years, working with West and Humberto and also Estela Hernandez with Arrowhead and Arrowhead programs with Kristen, it's just opened my eyes to know all the possibilities and all the resources that are out there. So it's been super helpful to be able to pick up the phone and say, I don't know how to do this, or where can I find information about these grants, or what do you think about our situation? What kind of resources do you have available? So it's been super helpful.
How about you, Yun? Was there any organization or groups that you could recommend if you're thinking going to business to go talk to help you with your vision, getting the company up and running?
I read. I guess I realize New Mexico really have a lot of good resource besides the help you develop a business. I heard about SCORE. I heard about all the help. I don't think I ever worked with any of them, but I work with New Mexico Small Business Assistance Program, and that's for technology startups. So I think that's a great resource to get some work done by the experts.
Yes. How about you, Marianne? There in the Tier C area, or maybe before you got down there, I'm sure you worked with some groups, organizations. What would you recommend?
In Truth or Consequences, we worked with Main Street Truth or Consequences. They put on a business development series that was really helpful. Kind of had a series of classes, how to write a business plan, how to, design your storefront, merchandise, just kind of like an 8-part series. And we also met other entrepreneurs in that development series. So that was kind of our first networking experience in Truth or Consequences. That was really useful. But I would say the key bit was getting connected with the SBDC in Las Cruces, and that's where we met Umberto. And we basically worked SBDC's business plan template. And we met 3 or 4 times with Umberto to go over our financials and business plan that we, crafted over a period of months. And he sort of pressed us on questions, things that weren't clear to him about how something or else other was going to work, and we would go back and clarify it and come back. So it was great to have him, sort of push us on certain things. So by the end of that process, we had a really clear idea of what our business, how it was going to work, and also, we had the financials I created. Recommend finding some kind of software that allows you to do sort of projections, with made up numbers, the things you think, you kind of have an idea what your product's going to cost. You have, you kind of create all these hypotheticals, but then come up with a, ideal and then probable and conservative projection for the first 5 years. And that was really helpful too with procuring a loan.
Good. Thank you, Marianne. What's evident with the 3 of you on what you're just saying, I think it's good for the audience to also know, is that there are resources out there. You're not in it by yourself. There are entities out there that provide free technical counseling, free guidance on access to capital or contracting. I think you've all kind of tapped into that a bit. Right now, we're in a very challenging, unprecedented time because of COVID-19. It's impacting 30+ million businesses across the country. We've done here, the SBA, we filed over 22,000 applications for the PPP, the Payroll Protection Program, for a tune of $2.2 billion. There's still $129 billion out there. And then we also have our economic injury disaster loan. What precautionary measures are you taking? How are you surviving? Did you take advantage of the EIDL loan or the PPP? Or how are you going to continue in your game plan? Because how are you dealing with this COVID environment and keeping your company up and running, trying to get some entrepreneur wants to go into business? Is this the right time? Is it a good time? How are you getting over your challenges? And who wants to kind of start off with that one?
Well, I can start with that. And there's one more thing I want to add to the original resourcing. So for the COVID started, then the investors pull back, right? A lot of people don't want to invest. So for startup, we solely relied on investors. Is really difficult. So of course, we cut back the expenses, naturally. Second of all, I realized you have to be resourceful. I started to ask for help, like Sandra mentioned. I realized actually from there are a lot local organizations actually do investment. Like in New Mexico, we have a bioscience arena. Everybody have little funding here, 20,000, 50,000 there. And once whenever I talk to people, I just say we're looking for fund, and some of them will give you ideas. Oh yeah, you should talk to so and so, and that's besides normal route of just reach out to VC. And I think in the local network, just ask for help. That's for one of the company I'm running. That's the thing I'm doing. Just ask for help. We need money. Anybody interested or any organization have money.
Yeah, thank you, Yun. Marianne, how are you going through this COVID environment, and any different measures you're taking to continue funding or getting your company up and running?
Our tactic has been to basically gather all the resources we can, kind of redesign our operation in its most lean format, and just kind of hunker down and hang in there. We took advantage of the PPP and the EIDL, like Sandra basically, so we've got, funds now for the emergency, but we're going to be really conservative with them just because we don't know how long this is going to last. Our revenue decreased by about 80%. So without those funding sources, it would have been, we would have been goners. And I think a lot of businesses in all different industries are in that same position. On the upside, to your point or your question about, is it a good time to start a business? I'd say definitely, because like you said, changes in the air, and a lot of businesses probably won't recover from this, which means it's going to leave a vacuum of opportunity. And some businesses just are going to have a hard time reconfiguring for the post-COVID world. But that's oftentimes when entrepreneurs can fill the void with new creative solutions, because certainly people's needs are going to be by and large the same. They're just going to need sort of new ways to meet them. So I think it's a great time to start working on a business plan, and your business isn't going to be up and running this month or next month. So you don't have to worry about starting it in the midst of a pandemic. It's a great time right now to start that process of business plan writing, and plan on having a business start in sometime in 2021. So
I totally agree with Marianne. The first thing that we did with the situation is we try to get as much funding as possible because we didn't know. We didn't know what the future would hold. We wanted some safety and a safety net. And we took our team and helped them out throughout the process as well. So we helped them out with the PPP, anything that they could qualify for. We sent them all the information about any grants that were available, any resources that were available, because having gone through 2008 and the market crash, I was like, okay, is this happening again, or what are we being faced with here? So we definitely had to prepare. But I jumped into entrepreneurship in one of the worst times in 2008, and now seeing this again, I think the same as Marianne. I think challenges bring new opportunities, and the people that have the vision to make those changes and move forward and fill a need that's not being filled are the ones that are going to succeed and thrive. So I like the challenge. We've actually been tweaking and making a lot of changes to our business, and it's been really positive and it's been great. And I think we should have made those changes in the past, but now we're having to do it because of the situation. So now it's made us kind of uncomfortable to do it, but now it's like, yeah, this is how you get uncomfortable, and this is how you kind of thrive and grow. So it's been good. I think it's been a good challenge, and I highly recommend if anybody's starting a business, do it now. It's your downtime. You can actually focus on building the business.
That's a good suggestion. All three of you have commented that you're adapting. You're willing to make the change. It's difficult. With the type of funding that's available, and I know you're looking at the future of how to keep your company up and running and where your funding is going to come from, being more innovative, look at more of these maybe federal grants like PPPs and Main Street, other types of programs. There's funding to help you grow your business, like the 7A loan from the SBA, the 504, those are our flagship loans. Then you got funding from private investors, family and friends, funding for research and development, SBIR, STTR, but you're also looking for the fundings that makes you more competitive. What does your future look like in terms of additional funding to sustain yourself? What are you going to do to implement some future funding to support your business?
I think for us, we have the funding and things in place for our building and our company. Now it's time to kind of fund more technology, more things that kind of will help us grow and thrive. So I'm really excited about looking into opportunities with Wes and with Humberto and SBA as far as that goes. And then also with our recreated business for the shipping container buildings, we would love to start looking at a manufacturing facility. And I know that there's some grants available for manufacturing, like in the state of New Mexico. And we do use a lot of green technology and recycled and things like that. So I have to do a little bit more research about that and find out what we can do, like what is the next step and how can we, go on to the next phase and help our companies grow.
Yeah. Ewan, what's your next step for future funding? What are you looking at?
We really right now, because of the COVID situation, we really put a lot of emphasis on applying for grant. You mentioned STTR, SBIR grant. for both companies, we actually right now in the process of apply for NSF and the NIH grant. So that's for the next phase. At the same time, keeping locking the doors of venture investor companies. And there are people invest, just a lot more doesn't want to do new investment than invest in the existing investment. But there are people willing to take some risk. Right now, you guys talking about Marianne and Sandra, this is actually a good opportunity to invest as well for some people. And so just need to find them.
That's a good point. Marianne, what do you think? What are your plans for the future here?
Yeah, we're having a lot of discussions now about basically different revenue channels we could take advantage of that, they were sort of ideas for the far-flung future, but they're starting to, we're starting to basically take a closer look at whether we want to implement some of those sooner rather than later. You realize when our model for our brewery was to primarily sell pints over the bar to customers and be a gathering space. And that's a really powerful model in certain ways, but it was really vulnerable to a pandemic or something that basically restricts social gathering. So, expanding the more like canning distribution side of our business is one thing we're considering. So as an example of future revenue, in terms of future funding, I can't emphasize enough. And one thing I wish we had done earlier is to really find a good relationship with like a CPA or not just a bookkeeper who can kind of do your day-to-day stuff, but someone who can help you make financial plans. Because right now, we were late in that process, but right now, that's one of the things that a lot of my confidence is coming from the fact that we are, I feel really comfortable with kind of our financial projections. And so now that we've gotten the PPP and the EIDL funding, it's bought us some time to figure out if we're going to need another big dose of funding if the pandemic persists into 2021. But I guess in terms of getting more funding, it's great to do that because you understand what your financial projection is and when that funding is going to be most strategic. So anyway, but that for us really took finding a good partnership with a CPA that knows our industry was another key bit. So
I think what's important that you all were saying is that when you started your business, you're looking for the funding. You didn't start out. It's like that old adage, which you remind me of, Marianne. You didn't start out planning to fail, but if you fail to plan, you will fail. And so you've got to continuously tweak your action plan. Work with the resources around there. And like Yoon said right now, and I'm glad to hear all three of you say this is a good time to go into business because there's some opportunities that's out there, maybe some new investors for Yoon, or is there anything else you all want to add in terms of your closing comments?
I'm just very happy to meet Sandra and Marianne and the fellow woman entrepreneur. Your data earlier, John, was really impressive. I'm very proud to be part of this whole thing.
So yeah, really, really glad to meet part of the, especially now when meeting is hard. Thanks for creating the opportunity for us all to connect and share our stories. I learned a lot today, and yeah, definitely to anybody watching this, I think it's a good time to start thinking about a business. Seriously, you have a unique opportunity, so make it work in your advantage.
For me, I would just say, if you have the passion, if you have a goal and a dream to open up your own business and be an entrepreneur, and you're passionate about what you're doing, you can achieve anything. I actually came from a family in Mexico. I moved to the U.S. when I was 8 with my mom, a single mom with, 4 daughters. And just coming from a totally different country and now owning 2 businesses, I just want to we love empowering other women and say, you know what, take somebody's hand and we're all here for you and help each other out. So I think it's phenomenal to be able to do that. We have the opportunity to do anything that we choose to do.
We all just work together and hold each other's hands. I think we'll be successful. Right now, it's more than ever we have to stay together and work together. Also, don't forget many of the resource partners, the SBAs out there to assist you. Sandra, Marianne, Yoon, I want to thank you for joining us today, particularly those in the audience for listening to the success that you've had and how you got to that success level. Again, I want to thank everybody. It's John Garcia with the SBA Office District Director saying thank you and appreciate the opportunity to meet you ladies.
Thank you.
My name is Abby Zweifel, and I am an illustrator and a really big cocktail nerd. And since I can't be there with you guys today, I'm going to teach you how to make a really awesome drink at home, and we can cheers, virtually together. We're going to make one of my favorite summertime delicious rum drinks. If you can master the daiquiri, you can make pretty much any other drink ever. And then also you're just a huge crowd pleaser for your friends. And I don't know, nothing's better than being able to make a good drink at home. So this is a shake and drink. You take your shaking tins. And in the small tin, we're going to start out with rum. I like to use a lightly aged white rum. So this is Florida Cana. You can also use El Dorado 3. Both of these bottles are under $20. So into your small tin, we're going to do 2.5 ounces of the white rum. So 2 ounces. It is important that you fill your jigger up accurately because a little bit of a difference will make all the difference in flavor, particularly in a daiquiri because there's only a few ingredients. It's just rum, lime, sugar. And since there's so few, it's hard to mask it up if you make a mistake. So next we're going to do the lime juice. And I always tell people the way to pick out a lime is you go for the smoothest skin and it's heavy for its size, and then give it a little squeeze. And if it gives a little bit, you can tell it's juicy. So smooth skin, cut your lime in half. That is really sharp. So 1 ounce freshly squeezed lime juice. Don't use the bottled stuff. It's not worth it, guys. Fresh ingredients. Now we're really lucky here in Florida. We get super juicy citrus fruit. So this will actually yield a whole ounce. Sometimes, it takes about 2 limes to do this. All right, 1 ounce lime juice into your tin. And then we're going to use a 2-to-1 simple syrup. Simple syrup is just sugar and water, and the 2-to-1 is just the ratio. So it's 2 parts sugar, 1 part water, and all you need to do is heat it up on the stove. Don't boil it. Just heat it up so the sugar dissolves, and you can keep this in your fridge for about a month. And we're going to do 1/2 ounce. I like the 2-to-1 syrup because it adds a nicer mouthfeel, and that's because the sugar is it's a fat, and eventually it'll come out. So everybody in the pool. All right. The next part, when you're making a drink, is adding the ice. So what we're doing is we're going to shake it. When you shake a drink, it puts air bubbles, action, and energy into the cocktail and the water, and you're making everything come alive. So you want to shake the crap out of it. The length at which you shake it depends on the type of ice that you put in the tin. So if you're going to use your crappy ice from the refrigerator, you need to shake a shorter amount of time than if you use really clear big cubes. So I'm going to go grab some ice. So we're going to fill up our small tin here. Oh, not spill it everywhere. A few more. All right. Everybody in the pool. All right. So our small tin, full of ice cubes. So I've got that half moon ice. So I'm going to shake for about 6 long seconds. So I'm going to count in my head, 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi. When you put your tins together, if you're using this style of a shaker tin, it needs to go on at an angle. If it's not at an angle, it'll come apart and it'll go all over you. Give it a little smack with your hand. Flip it up. Hands on both sides, and then give it a shake. And you're looking for the tin to get that super frosty edge, and it's gonna make your hands cold, make your hands hurt. And to undo the tin, you're gonna put 2 fingers here, 2 fingers up here, squeeze the bottom fingers so you wanna make an oval with the bottom tin, and then hit it with your hand, and usually it comes apart. So you can feel it. There it is. Now, get your glass ready. So normally I would keep my coupe in the freezer, It makes it nice and chilled, and then like all the warmth of the glass doesn't take away from the chilled cocktail that you just shook so lovingly. But because it looks like crap on camera, we left it out of the freezer. Take the tins apart. Gonna grab the other strainer. I don't see it. Strainer on top. Now, if you have a fine mesh strainer, like this is just an extra step. I don't love ice shards in my drink, and then we'll just pour a drink. And if you shook it correctly, it should reach the very top of your glass. And that's it. And there's our daiquiri. Cheers.
Let's work on your strongest and most important muscle in your business, your mindset. Your mindset is a secret ingredient to any strategy. It is the one thing that we need, and without a strong mindset, no strategy is going to work for you. And if we haven't met, first of all, thank you ladies for having me here. It is a pleasure and an honor to be here in the We Mean Business Women Conference. Thank you so much. I am Adriana. I am a business strategist, and I help women grow their businesses online, Facebook and Instagram, using social media and automations. My goal is to help women to grow their businesses so they have more income and more free time for their families. And although I am a business strategist, I can assure you no strategy is ever going to work without a strong mindset. And that's why I wanted to talk about it today. I want you to every single day have a strong mindset, continue working on your mindset, because whatever strategy you're using, your mindset is going to maximize it. The fact that you're going to implement what I'm going to teach you right now, I assure you that will impact your strategy and the growth of your business so much. Okay, so why do people don't work on their mindset on a daily basis? Because we put it at the bottom of our to-do list, because we think it's not important, because we're short on time. However, if we were to do it, we would actually be more efficient, productive in our businesses. Because when you work on your mindset, you learn what your priorities are. You put yourself in the right spot on what is it that you need to be focusing on to move your business forward. It's super important. Okay, so let's talk on what are the strategies that I'm going to share with you today so you work on your mindset, and it is journaling. If there is one thing that has massively moved my business forward in the last years, has been journaling. It completely changed my life. Yes, I've implemented different things to work on my mindset, but this has been the number one thing. Okay, all right, so journaling. The 5 things that I want you to journal on every single morning are: number 1, your monthly goals. But I do not want you to write your monthly goals in a sense of, oh, I want to make $10,000. No. Let's talk about the number of clients you need for that. Let's talk about the number of clients you want to help. And that number of clients will take you to this money goal that you have, okay? So I want to help 50 clients this month, or I want to help 10 clients this month. What are the number of clients that you need to achieve that goal? What is energies wise? What is the number of clients you want to work with this month? Okay. Number 2, what are the action steps you need to take today to get to that goal at the end of the month? So for example, you need to journal, you need to show up in social media, do a post, you need to call your leads, you need to follow up with other clients. What are the action steps that you need to take today to get to that goal? Okay. Number 3, this may be the most important one, your why. So it's not about you, it's about why you're doing this business for other people. Yes, you probably started this business because you wanted to be your own boss, you wanted to have a greater income, you wanted freedom. But out of all the businesses that you could have started, why did you choose this business? Did you choose this business because you have a passion for helping people to sleep better? Do you start this business because you have a passion for helping women feel more beautiful? Did you start this business because you have a passion for helping others to grow their own business? Why do you choose this kind of business? What is your why? So for example, for me, every single morning, I ask myself, why am I doing this? Because I want to help other women to grow their businesses from their home, so they have more money, they help more clients, and most importantly, they have more freedom for their families. They want to be home, they want to be with their kids and enjoy their kids. That is my why. So every morning I remind myself why I'm doing this, and I feel empowered and motivated, and I get up and I work even if I'm tired. Because my why is very inside of me, very deep in me, and it doesn't let me back up. Okay, that takes me to point number 4. This is a prompt. Now that I fully believe in myself and my business, I don't back down. I show up every day. I go and share about my business. It's fill in the blank. Go to the PDF attached to this video and download it and fill in the blank for this. And then finally, point number 5. Since I have full faith, I no longer back down. Since I have full faith, I no longer allow my fears to hold me back. Since I have full faith, I no longer stay quiet about my business. So I want you to go and do these prompts every single day, the 5 points every single day. I promise you that they will put you in the right mindset to achieve the success that you want. Now, I have also attached a link, and that link is to my free resources. There is one free resource that is 50 prospect clients weekly plan. You can use that and follow the steps and find 50 prospect clients every single week in Instagram and Facebook. And then I also have a webinar on how to grow a business online that creates profits, creates freedom for you, and also creates impact. So go and download those two, and also do these prompts, these journaling prompts every single day, because I promise you that whatever strategy you're following, these prompts, this journaling will maximize your results with your strategy. And again, thank you so much for having me here. It is a pleasure. We Mean Business Women Conference.
Those were some fabulous workshops, weren't they? Now, I hope you all learned some valuable skills that you can apply to your business. And of course, if you find that you have questions after this conference is over, because I know they're going to come, and you want to reach out to our speakers or panelists, their confirmation information is on the Whova app right at this very minute. But don't go looking yet. We still got a little bit more to take care of as part of this week conference. So up next is our afternoon keynote speaker, brought to you by Sonoma Acupuncture. Our speaker is Rachel Olney. She is the founder and CEO of Geosite, a geospatial business located in the Bay Area. Now, Rachel grew up in Mesilla, and she attended Stanford, and she was recently recognized as one of Forbes 30 under 30. Rachel will share her strategies for women business leaders taking on the world. Here we go with Rachel.
Hi, everyone. Wish I could be there in person. I was really looking forward to a visit to New Mexico just for this. I always miss being home, but I'm excited to talk to you guys today about being a female entrepreneur. I think it's extremely important, and I'm really excited that all of you have decided to engage in this topic and hopefully start your own businesses or companies. And so there are three main things that I want to talk about today. There's one spot where I'll get a little bit specific about steps that I think you should take. But for the most part, I'm looking forward to just discussing some of my experiences and the things that I've learned in being a female entrepreneur. The first thing I want to start with is not being ashamed of your ambition. And then I'll move into controlling for bias. If you're a woman, if you are a minority of any sort, whether it's racial or religious, people are going to have biases, and so you have to be prepared for that. And then last, I want to talk about fostering a great network of advisors and supporters and peers. So the first thing that I want to talk about is not being ashamed of your ambition. And I'll actually start with a story from way, way back in high school. I remember I was sitting in a history class and I was hyper-focused on my work. And somebody walked up to me and said, "Rachel, why are you so stuck up?" And it stunned me. And it was the first moment that I had actually been made feel ashamed of how ambitious I was. And I was lucky enough that in that moment, I had no idea how to respond. But one of my classmates sitting in front of me turned to that student and said, "She's not stuck up. She's just focused on her work because she wants to go achieve greater things." And I had never even thought about it that way myself. And I think that a lot of people tend to conflate the idea of being humble with the idea of ambition. And I want to start with dispelling that, because I think it's really important to feel very comfortable with what you want to do and how much you want to change the world. Because whether it's starting a tech company, which is what I ended up doing, whether it's starting a restaurant or a business or, helping educate others, if you want to make an impact on the world, you should never feel like you can't share that with people. And so feeling comfortable with, your own ambition is a good place to start. And realizing you don't know everything, and that's completely okay. And that still means that you can make a huge difference, especially if you can identify those things about yourself that you need to grow in order to accomplish things. Years later, when I was doing my master's at Stanford, I was sitting with a male classmate, a white male classmate who had grown up in, a middle-class family in like Connecticut or somewhere. And we sat there, eating lunch, talking. And I was like, "Well, what do you wish that you could do?" And he was like, "Well, I wish that I could be the national security advisor," which, not many people know how national security works. That's about a 1 in 300 million person job. It is extremely rare for somebody to have the opportunity to do that. And he said it so confidently, just like, "I'm going to do this. I am going to educate myself. I am going to work really hard, and I'm going to do this thing that is incredibly ambitious." And he felt so comfortable stating it. And what was interesting was that was the second moment that I realized I still wasn't even completely comfortable with what I wanted to do and being able to tell people, this is what I want to do. I'm really passionate about it, and I'm going to do everything that it takes to make it possible. And so just start telling people what it is that you want, and what it is that you want to change about the world. Because unless you can share that vision and that dream, people can't help you. And one of the things that I want, all of you to feel is that feeling when you tell somebody how you're going to change the world and they see your vision too, and they help start gathering resources for you. And you'd be surprised how many people will support you if you are comfortable with your ambition, if you're confident in it, if you've done your homework and gathered the resources to do something. Be comfortable with that and just tell people, this is what I'm going to do. And be very, very comfortable with ambition and realize that just because you're ambitious, it doesn't mean that you're not humble. The next thing I really want to talk about, and I hate that I have to talk about it, is being prepared for bias. As an entrepreneur, you are going to come across people who are, in positions of power or who have resources, who are used to meeting entrepreneurs who look and sound like them. So as a woman or somebody who's Hispanic or Black or, has an accent of any sort, people are going to make snap judgments about what they think that you are qualified for. So there are kind of three pieces to being prepared for bias. The first is being able to introduce yourself, and I'll go into pretty deep detail on how to do that because it's a skill that I think is under-taught. Next, we'll talk about your overall presentation and appearance and how people will think about you based on that. And then last is how you speak. So now that I'm getting warmed up, we're in the middle of this talk, you can tell my voice is very steady, very measured. And so we'll go into some of how to present yourself in a way that is assertive, but still friendly and still somebody that people want to work with. So the first part is how to introduce yourself. Unfortunately, if you are a minority or if you are a woman, people will assume that you don't have the credentials to run a company or to have the level of ambition that you've now come comfortable with. And it's important that you dispel that as quickly as possible. So I actually learned this the hard way. Like many things, unfortunately, you learn them the hard way. And so I'm trying to save you guys from that a little bit. So I was about a year into running my company. We had raised a small amount of funding. I had hired an engineer. We had built the first version of our software. And I was going into a really big meeting where I was pitching investors to get a pretty large sum of money to be able to run my company. And I knew everything about my industry, about our customers, about the revenue numbers we needed to hit, about when we were going to hit them, about every single nuance of every technology that we would touch. And, I felt like I absolutely crushed that pitch. And, they lobbed a ton of questions at me, well, what's going to happen when these other satellites get launched, right? Or what's going to happen when the market dynamics shift in this way? And I had done my homework and I was extremely well prepared. And we reached, that point in the meeting where it was starting to, calm down. They had gotten to the point where they trusted that I understood the industry and that I understood what I wanted to do. And one of the partners turned to me and said, so, we'd love to hear more about you. And I just froze and I had no idea what to say. And so I said something along the lines of, oh, well, I have a bachelor's and a master's in engineering. And then I did like a PhD too at Stanford. And then I did some stuff in national security. And then I started this business. And if you guys got that as the only introduction to me, it would not instill a lot of confidence. And, afterwards, the two, major partners had left. And luckily, somebody who had been one of my classmates in my master's program was also, thank goodness for all these classmates, nobody leaves Palo Alto. I feel like they all just stay here. So she was in the room as well. And she walked up to me and she was like, hey, Rachel, when you went to introduce yourself, you sounded flippant. And I don't, who uses the word flippant? I had to look it up to make sure I really understood what she was saying. I consider myself extremely serious, and I do have big dreams and things that I want to do and things that I care about. And so having her say that I came off in a way that made me seem like I didn't care really hurt. And I stood there overwhelmed and, started to tear up. I'm a total crier, got it from my mom, can't help it. So I'm standing there and I'm trying not to cry. And I was like, oh, okay, cool. And I walk out and I called a couple other people and I was like, hey, have you ever heard me introduce myself? And they're like, yeah. It's like, do you remember it all? No. Okay, that's a red flag. And I realized there's this huge piece that's missing. So what's important to understand is when you are just starting a business, the business itself is not your qualification yet. You can't say, oh, I work at Google or Amazon or something that people will look at and say, oh, that is an established business that has a history that we can look at, and you can use that as your credential. When you're first starting something, I guarantee none of you have heard of Geosite, right? Other than today. And so me saying, I started this tech company that deals with geospatial data is not enough. And people won't be able to use your business as a way of trusting you and deciding to invest in you or your business. It is about you. You are selling yourself. So there are 5 main steps that you need to go through in order to be ready to introduce yourself. The first is understanding that in all things, there are lots of different ways that you can tell a story. And it's the same with how you introduce yourself. The bio that they let in with for me, or the description that I use for myself, I craft to make sure that people see the parts of my story that are important for them to trust me as an authority. So when I pitch my company, and I start by pitching myself, the things I focus on are specific expertise. I have 2 mechanical engineering degrees, and I know a lot about Internet of Things and distributed sensors, which is important to my company. Unique experiences. My PhD was with Cyber Command and the NSA. And so I know a lot about the inner workings of military bureaucracy. And so when we sell to the military, I know how to do that. And then last is a specific insight into the industry. I understand what customers need. I have a specific viewpoint on the technologies that we work with. And so when I give my introduction, every little thing that I add in there is playing into those 3 core strengths. So pick the story that you need. There are lots of other things that I could have thrown in my introduction to myself. I could throw in, that I have an 8 and a 4-year-old, that I have a pilot's license, that I really love silversmithing, right? There are all sorts of things about all of us that are really complex and wonderful, but you have to pick just the right story for the people that you're talking to. From that, pick your key points. So list out all the things that you've done, almost like your resume, but more of a story, and then pick the key points, organize them, and then write it all out. This might seem excessive, but literally type out the words that you're going to say when you introduce yourself. I even do this sometimes when I speak. So for instance, for today, there's specific parts of what I'm talking about today where I would trip myself up if I didn't have it well planned. And so I will write it out word for word. That doesn't mean that I give it word for word, but I know overall what I want to say. The next, and this part is the most uncomfortable, believe it or not, share your introduction with people who care about you and people who believe in you. It can seem really strange to go up to a sibling or a classmate or somebody who knows you really, really well and say, hey, let me practice introducing myself with you. And let me have you help me find the words to amplify the parts of the story that other people need to hear. But do it. Even send that piece that you wrote in step 3 to people so that way then they can see what exact parts of the story and what words you plan on using. And then last, practice, 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 practice. As with anything, if you don't practice it, it's not going to be as good. So practice it. So that's the first piece about being prepared for bias. People will assume that you don't have the credentials to run your company. So you have to start out strong with, here are my credentials. I am the right person to be doing this, and I'm passionate about it. Next is your overall appearance. So for me, I tend to be very feminine. I love summer dresses, floral dresses. I love being dressed up. Here in California, I am more on the dressed up side. And I have friends who purposely dress down. And so what's important about how you decide to present yourself is understanding what other people are perceiving. Always make sure that you feel confident. Other people will feel how you feel about yourself. And so make sure you feel prepared for things and that you feel like you are yourself. I can't not wear summer dresses. It's just who I am. It does mean people think, who is this young woman? Maybe she's the secretary. And sometimes they ignore me. They will literally walk right past me and talk to one of my engineers. And that's fine. That tells me a lot about people. So, and I'm actually on that point. I have a good friend. She runs an analytics company. She will purposefully dress down because the way she looks at it is people will think, oh, she was invited into she couldn't be here because of her looks or anything else. She must be really good at what she does because she looks like a mess, and nobody would invite somebody who looks like such a mess unless they were an extreme expert. So pay attention to how people perceive you. And if you understand that all people have bias, you can use it as a tool. I find that people underestimate me when I'm dressed up. And so I can get a lot more competitive knowledge, right? People will just tell me all sorts of things because they don't see me as a threat, which is fantastic. So use that to your advantage. And then last is how you speak. So no uptalk. This is something that takes practice. People of our generation, and especially women, tend to end their sentences going up at the end. And it almost sounds like a question, but it also sounds very conversational and very inviting, but it's not assertive. And if you want people to trust you as an entrepreneur, trust you with money, trust you as an employer, you need to be able to be steady. The other thing about talking slower is that you are able to edit your words better. So at the beginning, and luckily you guys are watching this virtually, so you can go back and check me. I bet before I was warmed up, I was probably throwing in a lot of ums. And it's a verbal tic that I will never get rid of. But once I've warmed up and I'm in a meeting and, I feel more comfortable, I become very steady. That steadiness can be very intimidating, which is good when you're trying to be in a position of authority. It also allows you time to be very picky about all the words you use. And so feel comfortable, just like you are with your ambition, with slowing down. At the same time, also feel comfortable expressing how excited you are about what you do. Once in a while, I'll be talking to somebody and they'll ask me about, satellites. How do they collect data every day? And I'm like, well, it's really exciting. If you picture the globe and it's rotating this way and you have satellites and they're rotating this way, you can picture every part of the globe every day. And it blows my mind and I get really excited about it. And I can't help being excited about it. And that excitement is contagious, right? Which brings me to my last point. And this is especially on topic given the, overall focus of this conference being the connection, is you need a strong tribe of advisors and mentors and peers. And so you need to foster that group of people who will support you. The highs and lows of working on something that you are deeply passionate about are much higher and much lower than working on something that you're not passionate about. So if you love what you're doing, when things go well, it's like being on top of a mountain. It is incredible. But when things don't go well, it hurts really bad. So you need to have a group of people who really understand what it's like creating something from absolutely nothing, because it is terrifying. You are pushing your business, your company up a mountain. It is not there. And if you take your eye off the ball, it will fall back down. And it is so much work, but it is so rewarding. And you can't do it alone. So look for mentors and advisors who can help fill in pieces of what you don't know. I'm constantly trying to find my blind spots. So for my business, we do large enterprise contracts. And so when we work with these huge enterprises, there's these balances that we have between here is our pure software and here are our services that we do on top of that software. That is not something I necessarily have experience in. So I have advisors who have worked at SAP or Salesforce or other places who have managed that balance and I can lean on. And so there's the morale part of this where you need people who you can call when you're stressed or upset, because you should not do that with your employees. If you have co-founders, they're there for you, but you really need a strong group of people supporting you. And with that, I know we have a few questions to go through, so I want to leave a little bit of time. But I just want to end with, the world needs people who are willing to change the world. right? So do it, be proud, be excited, find people who will help you. With that, over to you, Kristen.
Great. So the first question we will talk about is, how did you guys survive COVID? What was your strategy? What was your experience?
So March was very scary. I won't pretend that it wasn't. I actually was on a business trip in DC working with some customers right when things started to get bad. And it was wild because I had all of these high-level meetings, including ones in the Pentagon. And as they changed the stance towards visitors, it got very odd, like walking into buildings, having people spray you down with sanitizer. So there were all sorts of reasons why, as an entrepreneur and a founder, it was already psychologically distressing. But on top of that, you have to navigate your company through a storm. So we work with two main customers, the US military and oil and gas. So what our software does is it helps people run remote operations, and they use satellite imagery and GPS trackers and IoT data and all of that. And right around the same time that COVID hit, there was a oil price war. Oil reached negative $40 a barrel, which is completely bonkers and something that people didn't even think was possible. And I remember my energy lead calling me and asking, he was like, hey, I know you're in DC and probably pretty focused on our military stuff right now. Have you read the news? And I was like, I saw that there was, a lot of stuff going on. And he was like, well, oil hit negative prices today. And I was like, cool. Because like two of our customers called and they're not going to be able to fulfill their contracts. I was like, interesting. We basically went from, on the commercial side, being profitable in February to $0 in March. And it was terrifying. So there are two pieces to this. The first is, how do you pivot? The second is, how do you, keep up morale on your team and also maintain what I like to call psychological security, which is a very organizational behavior term. But as a leader, part of your job is to make your team feel safe, right? So around the same time, a lot of startups, that are similarly financed as Geosite, were doing really heavy layoffs. So the company's looking at, we just lost all of our commercial revenue. Things are really crazy. They're not looking better. COVID is going to stick around. Are we going to do layoffs? Things are really scary. So your first job is to make sure that your team is okay. And I am a firm believer that your business will succeed or fail based on your people. And so, I called a full team meeting, told everyone, hey, we're running the numbers. We're seeing if we're okay. We're going to make decisions. We're going to figure out if we can get extra business on the federal side and see what we can do. So we were lucky enough, and we have advisors that were willing to stopgap us as necessary to where we wouldn't have to do layoffs. So we were able to take that off the table, and I was able to express to the team, hey, we're not going to have to do layoffs. And I was very clear with them about what would cause us to have to do layoffs. So that way then they would have we have a high level of transparency at Geosite so that they would know that their jobs were safe. And that allows them to continue doing their work without a daily heavy stress. The next piece was actually making sure we had enough revenue. So in the beginning, when COVID was first starting to take off, as you guys know, there were all these maps of, the virus's spread, and we are a geospatial company. We make maps. And our original stance was, we're not going to do COVID work between, people looking at the New York Times maps and, different states rolling out their own maps. There's really no need for us to work on it. And then we got a call from one of our government customers who said, hey, we need to be able to integrate COVID risk into a map of readiness, aka where are our people, where is our equipment, how does that compare to COVID risk, and how do we make sure that if there is an international conflict, that we are ready to go to war. And so we sat there, we looked at our engineering capacity, and we decided to work on COVID, which was something that we had said that we would not do. So the first piece is take care of your team. A lot of my teammates have been through, everyone in the United States has been through a lot of distress in the last few months. So, there was COVID, there's, the racial injustice movements, which are so important, but still distressing. The world is completely wild right now, and take care of your people. And then second, be willing to go back and, if your assumptions were wrong and conditions change your mind. It's not that you are taking steps backwards. It's that you learn new information and you're making progress. So it's okay to say, hey guys, here's what we said before. Here's what's no longer true. Here's what we're doing now. So in terms of surviving things like COVID or pivoting or, dealing with all of the ridiculousness that will come your way running a company, just be flexible. And as you learn new things, be willing to change your mind.
The next questions kind of focus more on your story and your journey. So what inspired you to take the leap to start your business?
Starting a business is really scary. I won't pretend that it's not. And I'm always thankful that I went to a university where I think there was a lot of encouragement, all the way up to the point of peer pressure for people to start businesses. Stanford is known for startups, right? So I was lucky that working on a company is the norm here. It's not unusual, which means I had a leg up that many of you don't. That when I told people I was starting a business, they'd be like, oh, okay, cool. And it wasn't anything surprising. Whereas for all of you, starting a business is much more ambitious or seen as much more ambitious than it is here. Here it's like, well, yeah, obviously, what else are you going to do? So, that's why I think things like Arrowhead are so important, because it provides that community where it makes it normal to start a business. So the first step is being okay with it. Ultimately, I did not know that I wanted to start a company. I'm not one of those people who always dreamed of starting a company. And frankly, I had a handful of jobs, and I realized I didn't like not having control over the future vision of what I was working on. So when you work for somebody else, you buy into their vision or into what they see as the priorities for their business. And I knew that I wanted to work on the cross section between commercial technology and national security. There aren't that many businesses that sit, right in that space. And I tried out many of them and found that they didn't ultimately want the same things that I did. So I sometimes joke that it was a process of elimination. I, was so terrible at working for other people that I finally just had to start a company. And really that's only a piece of the puzzle. At the same time, the problem that my company works on was literally keeping me up at night. I could not stop thinking about it. And I realized I had the network and the knowledge, back to those being able to introduce yourself, the network and the knowledge to be able to actually start my company. And I knew that the problem that we were working on was costing people their lives. And so slowly it became completely untenable to imagine not starting my company. I felt a responsibility to help change this problem that I had an insight into. And so, you start with that level of resolve, caring deeply about what it is you're doing. And then you just start telling people you're doing it. That's honestly the first step. It's not like you have to go from, oh, am I going to start a company to one day magically there's an entire company that you've started. It doesn't work that way. You just start telling people, hey, I'm going to solve this problem. This is a really big problem. And I am going to dedicate my time, my efforts, my passion to making sure that this is changed. I always talk about it as being very problem-centric, but it can also be things like I want to change people's experiences with food. I want to change the availability of these kinds of goods, right? But regardless, you need to be passionate, and then you just start telling people. And then honestly, if you're onto something, it starts to snowball. And that doesn't mean that you're not having to put an immense amount of effort the whole time. But people start saying, oh, she's the one that runs that company. And you're like, yes, I am. I remember the first time, I had been on a panel at this really big national security conference, and the LA Times covered the conference, and they put tech executive Rachel only, and then this quote, and I was like, oh, they called me a tech executive, and I was freaking out. I was like, it's official. I run a company. So it's be passionate. Just get started. You don't have to think about it as a 0 to 100. It's 0 to 1, right? You just get going and just think of what the next thing to do is, and you just go.
That's awesome. So building off of that, you and I had talked earlier about this a little bit. So as you started your business, why did you choose to go forward as a solopreneur when you first started?
I like solopreneur. I think that's what you called it. I always hear it as, solo founder or, things like that. It's an interesting question because I think people pose it very deterministically, like it was very purposeful. I was like, I will be a solo founder. I will do this by myself. And that's not at all how I felt. I felt really passionate about what I was working on. And I always had my eye out for a possible co-founder. But I also didn't let the lack of a co-founder stop me from starting my business. I knew I wanted to work on this, and the company was off and running before I even found a co-founder. Of course, now I'm really lucky that I have an amazing team. There's 17 of us now, which still blows my mind. I'm like, there are that many people who get healthcare because of a business I started. That it's so rewarding. But I never knew I was going to be a solo founder, and it wasn't necessarily on purpose, but it also doesn't bother me. One of the top things that causes businesses to fail is infighting between founders. So, it can pose a risk, but at the same time, because companies that just have a single founder are, statistically less likely to succeed, it can be harder to get people to invest in you, whether that's financially or intellectually, because they may not take what you're doing as seriously if you're all by yourself. And especially for me, I am a female solo founder who is pitching a company that is for heavy industry and the military and deals with satellites and, drones and other ground sensors. It's a very technical field. It's a, very male-led industry. And, I knew that it was going to be something that would just make my life a little bit harder, but that's not enough, that wasn't enough to keep me from starting my company. And, for all of you, you shouldn't let things like that stand in the way of you starting your business either.
And then following along our theme of the day, the last question I want to talk about is the funding strategy that you used for your business and what was the experience, fundraising versus bootstrapping, what did you do?
That's a really good question. I think if you don't mind, I'll also start with a little bit of an intro on venture capital. So my company specifically is venture capital backed. Venture capital firms are essentially a firm that is set up and they raise money from billionaires and multimillionaires, and then they curate a set or a portfolio of companies that they invest in to help, very wealthy individuals invest in tech companies, but also spread out that risk by allowing them to invest in many companies. Angel investors are, just single wealthy individuals, sometimes small groups, who invest their money directly into companies. At the end of the day, when you take on investment, you are giving up a piece of your company. And that piece might just be percent ownership. That piece can also be partial control. And so there's a couple pieces to this. If you do, I'll talk through, when you decide to, but if you are taking on financing, pay really close attention to who you are letting invest in your business. So I always like to picture Geosite like a boat, and we're, sailing along. COVID was this massive storm we had to go through. There are many waves and there are good moments and bad moments, but you're stuck on the boat together. and if you have a bad teammate, you can, pull up to a dock and ask them to get off the boat. But with an investor, they are on that boat with you, sink or swim. And they are somebody that you will have on your team for better or worse. And so take a really close look at the people that you allow to invest in your company. I was really lucky that my first investors, and they've followed on as we've raised and future rounds of investment, are incredible. Truly incredible. They are some of my biggest cheerleaders. And as a solo founder, that was especially important. So, talking about having a strong tribe, having a strong set of people who are supporting you, for me, especially without co-founders, having investors who were sitting there side by side with me that cared about my business as much as I did was, my equivalent of that co-founder dynamic. And so in the best of cases, they can be your closest mentors and advisors and confidants. But there are also very toxic investors. And there are investors that will, add a ton of extra stress for you, or, not trust you, or try to make decisions for you. And so if you do take investment, pay really close attention to who you're inviting onto your boat, because you're stuck with them. In terms of deciding whether to, raise funding or bootstrap, I think you have to look really closely at your business and at your business model. So there are certain types of businesses that you cannot grow quickly enough for them to be successful by bootstrapping. So this is why tech companies tend to raise these really large financing rounds, because the amount of engineering it takes to get to a version 1 is really expensive. So it took our engineering team about a year for us to get to a point where our software was good enough that we could just hand it to people and they could use it, right? And they could pay us for it. And so without initial investing, I can't hire the engineers to work full time to build the technology for us to move. The other reason why, you might need investment is to grow quickly. So there are certain businesses that only work at scale. Like, hey, I need our minimum batch size to be 1,000 parts, or we need to be able to serve 1,000 people for this to scale into profitability. And so you need that initial boost to get going and get profitable. And so, and for us, another reason we needed funding was to get ahead of competition. So I see the problem that we're working on as so important that I think somebody solving it is inevitable, which is a scary proposition, because I personally feel that our angle and our understanding of the market is better than anybody else's, right? Or why would we waste our time? We care a lot about what we're doing, but we need to move fast. Otherwise, other people will realize what we're doing and then compete with us and slow us down. And so for us, having an injection of capital that allowed us to sprint more quickly than others and get to market faster mattered a lot. There is sometimes, especially here in the Bay Area, a very toxic relationship with financing. So in Silicon Valley, people will tend to measure their success with how much they've fundraised. I see that as a little bit less of a risk in New Mexico. I think because you don't have this culture of founders that are, floating around being like, oh, I raised $100 million. And they use that as their way of saying that they're good at their job. They tend to forget that the point of running a business is not fundraising. Fundraising is a means to an end. And so, it's actually revenue. It's actually impact that you're making. Those are the ways that you should measure your success. And funding is just the means for you to do that. And ultimately, it comes down to looking at your business model. If you are as a woman fundraising, last year, so 2019 had record amounts of venture capital investment in women. It was a groundbreaking 2.8%, which is awful. 2.8% of venture capital financing goes to female entrepreneurs. 2.8%, not even 3%. We couldn't even make it to 3%. And so, especially if you're a woman or especially if you're a minority, you already have things working against you on fundraising. For my business, we know that I don't like wasting my time with fundraising. So compared to many of my male peers, I've raised very little. That's because I'm not willing to waste my time. Investors see me and they say, okay, she's a female, she's a solo female founder. She has 2 engineering degrees, but does that really mean she knows what she's talking about? I have never experienced the level of sexism that I felt while trying to fundraise for my company. I went through years of engineering school. I spent time with the military, and I never felt that level of sexism. So, it can be something that's exhausting and draining. For us, we were able to get enough military contracts that allowed us to grow more quickly. And so fundraise if you need to, ask for what your company is worth in terms of valuation. And don't be shy about asking for what you need in order to run your business. But at the same time, don't let it stop you either.
Thank you so much, Rachel, for your time today. This was an excellent talk. We really appreciate it. There was so much great insight and everything that you shared. And we're really grateful to have you be a part of this year's We Mean Business Conference.
Thank you so much, Kristen. And it's wonderful being here. I wanted to add here at the end, New Mexico State is actually the first university I attended. So I'm really, really excited that you guys are putting on this conference for female entrepreneurs. I think it's extremely important. And the last thing I'll throw out there for everybody is go change the world. The world needs you to do it.
Thank you, Rachel, for sharing all of your wisdom with us today. We are so proud of your accomplishments and honored that you call this area home. Go get them, girl. Now, as our conference comes to a close, the We Mean Business team and I would like to thank you for joining us today. Be sure to reach out to Umberto at West and Kristen at Arrowhead if you are seeking help with your business. If you're interested in getting connected, albeit virtually, with other local businesses and want to learn how to market yourself in these challenging times, you can contact me with the Green Chamber, Umberto, Kristen. These tools and resources are here for you so that your business is a success. So we want you to stay connected with us on our Facebook group. Join us online right now for some virtual networking and stay up to date on all the future activities with We Mean Business by signing up for our mailing list. I'm Carrie Hamblin, and on behalf of all of our keynote speakers, our organizers, our panelists, our experts, and our supporters, we thank you for joining us today, and it is always a pleasure joining you for We Mean Business. Take care, everybody, and stay safe.
If you have the passion, if you have a goal and a dream to open up your own business and be an entrepreneur, and you're passionate about what you're doing, you can achieve anything.
When we can find those times to be quiet and to reflect, we make better decisions.
I'm very proud to be part of this whole thing.
I think it's a good time to start thinking about a business. So you have a unique opportunity. Be kind to yourself, be patient with yourself, and be patient with others.
It truly is worth it to see what happens, to trust yourself, to trust your intuition, to trust your inner voice, to say, I am bigger than my fears.
It was truly, truly a pleasure to spend time with you today, to listen to you, to have you open your hearts and your minds to us.
Go change the world. The world needs you to do it.